doing tonight? Guys, it is the new year. New Year's mean new beginnings. So tonight, and I know I am a new face, especially for the 2024 list of hosts. So I want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Jean Rose. I am a professional tarot card reader, psychic, and evidential medium. I've been doing this online for 10 years, and I absolutely love the journey I am on with Spirit. It is amazing. I figured before, because guys, I'm going to be taking callers during the show. I am. So I'm really excited about that. I would love to read live for you guys so you guys can get a taste of my gifts and my style of reading. I did, however, just to kind of kick us off, ask my followers for any question that they wanted in regards to reading. So we're going to kick off the show with that. I have Carolyn from Dracut, Mass. And she asks, will my son find love? So let's ask the cards this for Carolyn. Guys, I love when they shuffle like that. Oh my gosh, it is amazing. Amazing. So Carolyn, to answer your question, and what I thought was really amazing was one of the cards that he received was the Two of Cups. The Two of Cups is a card about future love. I think he's going to actually not find love, love will find him. Yes, and it's going to be when he's not looking for it. The reason why I say that is because one of his cards was also an ace. Aces refer to unexpected happenings, specifically the Ace of Coins. They are definitely going to bring some balance to his life for sure. So I hope that helps and answers your question. Thank you so much for submitting it. Guys, you can follow me at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. That is on Facebook. That is my main arena. I will be honest. Actually, guys, you know what? Let's take a caller. I have Brittany from Australia. Love, please, how are you? Welcome. My name is Jean Rose. How are you doing this evening?
I'm really good. Thank you. Yourself?
Oh, I'm doing well, love. Thank you for asking. What would you like to be read on this evening?
Possibly like a future love reading.
Absolutely. How was your New Year's?
Lovely. I was busy.
Okay, so I pulled 5 cards for you. Good news is one of your cards was the Ace of Cups. That is going to be a card in regard to finding love or love dropping in your lap. Granted, I'm kind of known for my tagline being that we don't find love, love finds us. But with that being said, I want to read off your other cards. Your first card was going to be the Emperor. The Emperor is all about a hardcore success. So I was really happy to see that card. I think they are going to come when you least expect it, but I do think they're on their way. Reason being is the second card was the Knight of Swords. This can stand for one of two things, and I'd like to be thorough in reading, so please just hear me out. The sword suit, some readers like to refer to them as ominous, and they're far from. They just remind us to be logical. So, of course, that would mean in this context of a reading, not to jump the gun. So first person you meet, don't feel as though, oh, gosh, this has to be the one. Don't put that pressure on the relationship is ultimately what I'm trying to say. But also embrace those unexpected opportunities because it is a night, and nights are all about movement. Your third card was the Knight of Coins, another knight. So another card about movement. So again, I was really happy to see this card. You might have one that wastes your time in the beginning and then another one will come along. I would say go with the second person. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I know it's future, so it's kind of sometimes hard to relate to the cards because you're not yet seeing it come to fruition. But this is to come, okay? So this is future.
Yep.
Fourth card was justice. That's going to refer to having to make a choice between the two. So, yes, there will be a choice of two people. Like I said, the one that is fast and furious, I would stay away from that one. The one that is slow and steady, I would go with that one. In order, they seem to be that the fast and furious is going to be the first one that comes along. That's why you got that Nine of Swords. The strategy behind that card is not to give any knee-jerk reactions. So don't jump the gun, like I said. Feel things out, see things through like that. The fifth card was that beautiful Ace of Cups, and that can refer to unexpected love. So I definitely feel as though love is in your future, for certain. I hope that answered your question, love. Thank you so much for letting me connect with you and read for you. This was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Guys, first caller down. How exciting. Oh my gosh. I think we're going to go to another question from my followers. This is from Grace from Sydney, Australia. She writes, "Hi, Jean Rose. I would love to know, will there be a location/house move for my daughter and I from where we are now? Or will there be new love for me? Please choose whichever one." I think we're going to do the moving question. I think yes. That's what I'm most drawn to. Guys, if you like my style of reading, I offer private sessions. I am both, or not even both. I'm kind of like a Jean of all trades and master of all. Yes, not a Jean, not a Jack. So with that being said, you can definitely book sessions for tarot readings, evidential mediumship, oracle readings. Contact me and we can definitely discuss your needs and I can give you my recommendations for sure. So for Grace, in regards to moving, I definitely see something in the works, but it'll be ultimately up to you if you want to take advantage of the move or of that change. I feel as though you will, because your first card was the Seven of Coins, and that's all about investments. Investing in yourself, your daughter, both of your futures, just in that new, fresh space with new life in it. That I am very drawn to. Guys, the Pentacle suit or coin suit, as some artists like to try to mess us up, they will change out the suits, the titles of the suits in some decks, or they will do the court cards or major arcana cards. So we have to be on top of our toes when we read tarot. Second card is the Knight of Swords. That can refer to an unexpected move or an unexpected opportunity. Ten of Swords can be a little overwhelming or daunting, but embrace the change. Then we have a Page of Swords, the start or beginning of a new idea, followed by the Hangman. I feel as though you are in limbo where you are at now, but however, that change, while scary because there will be unknowns, will be much needed, which is amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you, Grace, for submitting that question. Guys, I think we have Rafaela. And hello, Rafaela. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, you are perfectly, actually.
Awesome. Okay. The last thing I want to do is mess up your name, love. Honey, what would you like to be read on tonight?
No, you did it great. Thank you. My question is, what do you see for finding a job? Or what do you see coming up for the next 6 months for me in general? I'm working part-time now. I'm looking for another work-from-home job, and I'm not having much luck in it. I'm wondering if I'm going to find something in that field. And what do you see? Anything else happening within the next 6 months that's important?
I will say definitely mind over matter for you is going to be of some importance over the next 6 months. What I did was I pulled on the next 6 months and then I'm looking for cards that would signify a job. Thankfully, you did receive the Page of Coins that would refer to the start or beginning of a new financial opportunity. So I definitely see employment coming up for you within the next 6 months. That's number one. So there's good news there on that front. Yeah. Definitely. It might take some time, And with that, and I know, and especially when it comes to employment, there is a time crunch because it's like the longer you're unemployed, the more the bills stack up, the more stress you're getting. So I totally get it. In fact, your first card was the Ace of Cups. That card fell reversed. You're not seeing those unexpected blessings, and it's getting frustrating for you, rightfully so. So I want to validate those feelings for you because you have every right to be frustrated.
Yes,
even if it's frustrated with spirit or with God or whoever you recognize as your higher power. Don't feel wrong for feeling that way. I want to just stress that. Okay. Yes, I'm one of those readers. I'm kind of a horse of a different color when it comes to reading. My style of reading is, number one, I'm very down to earth as a reader. But number two, I try to take my time with the cards so whoever I'm reading completely understands their reading and never walks away scratching their head going, what did she say? You know, anything like that.
Oh,
so I don't mean to, I'm not trying to drag it out. It's just more I want you to understand the cards, especially since you asked for the next 6 months. You know what I mean?
Right.
The second card was the Queen of Cups. That is, and, you know, let me finish before I say, or after I say this, it is a little bit of an ick card for me. I don't know how familiar you are with tarot, but a tarot deck is made up of 78 cards. Some of the cards, and usually the ick cards are death or the devil. People are like, when those drop. And meanwhile, they represent something completely different. The reason why I say the Queen of Cups is an ick card is because it means that your emotions are overwhelming you. That fear factor is real. It is there. It is in your face. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. See?
I think it could be also that I need to have like a cataract surgery. So I'm worried about that. And finding the job at the same time.
The cup suit is the emotion suit. So it is going to literally represent the full gamut of emotions. I say the Queen of Cups is an ick card because usually she's in her feels. She's stirring up or in the middle of a lot of drama or chaos. And it's never a good time for her emotionally. It's a tough time to be or to go through or to be in. The next card, however, was the Queen of Swords. So the cards did reveal some insight for you in regards to getting over this hump. And that would be to act logically. If you don't have control over it, I would let go of it. And I know that's way easier said than done, but it's really going to be important for you, especially in finding a job. You know, we create 90% of our reality with our thoughts and our words. And that is something that most people, you know, even I was like, yeah, okay. But then I started putting it to the test. And it's like, the whole time, I sounded like the mom from Mrs. Doubtfire. The whole time, like, oh my gosh. So definitely watch what you're thinking and what you're saying. That's going to be a thing up. If you go to an interview,
that's a big thing. I could tell you that for sure.
Right? Yeah. Right? Exactly. Yeah. Like even when you go to an interview, go with the intention that you walk in the door, that you're going to be hired. One of the keys to manifestation is to talk about things and be grateful for them in past tense, not to talk about them in future, in past tense. I am grateful for landing the job of my dreams. Because you don't put a limit on spirit. You don't put a limit on the universe of what we ask for. They want a tall order. So don't limit yourself by asking for the bare minimum. The card that fell after that beautiful Queen of Swords, which is just, again, going to remind you to stay logical. Like I said, watch also and this, do you want to know what this is? And I hate to say freaky, but the Queen of Swords is all about thinking and mindsets. So you got the card about emotions. So Spirit is telling you to get out of your feels and to instead get into your head and start having that mindset of success. Stop having that mindset of lack. Your fourth card was the Page of Coins. Pages refer to the start or beginning of something new. The coin suit, better known as the Pentacle suit, does not change the meaning at all, refers to money and material things. It also refers to income. So the start or beginning of that income coming into play. Hands down. Right after, you had the Queen of Coins. That card is all about a gain. And it talks about a woman.
Great.
So yes, it just absolute amazing cards. Then you got the Ace of Swords, which is all about unexpected success. So I think that in regards to the next 6 months, you're going to have these areas and these moments where it's like, oh my gosh, like you have a success here, you have a success there. Did you just come out of a season where you had to like purge things?
Right.
And what I mean by that is like the past couple of months, maybe since September, okay, late August.
Okay.
Did you go through some things that you had to purge something or someone?
Someone, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Someone,
yeah.
I should say. People, yeah.
After a season of purging always comes a season of blessings. And now you're entering into that season, hence the cards you received. See, with tarot, it's not always what card drops, it's also what card drops besides them, as well as like card combinations, things like that. You received cards, and the leading suit was the coin suit. And that has to do with money and material things. So I feel as though in the next 6 months, you're going to land a job. Okay.
Good.
It's going to provide financial security, not necessarily financial freedom, because I realize that there are weight in my words as a reader. So I try to be as transparent as possible. That's one thing I pride myself on is honesty and my integrity as a reader.
Yeah.
I will not tell you what you want to hear. I will tell you what the cards say, because that's what you need to hear. That's what a reading does. It brings healing. It gives insight. It gives us advice. It brings peace to us. Hopefully by the time I'm done with your reading, you'll feel like you'll have that weight lifted off your chest.
Yeah, my problem was because I need to have a surgery done, and I'm wondering if that would interfere with me finding the job.
I don't feel it will, no.
I need cataract surgery done, and so I'm wondering if that would make a difference, or if that's just going to help me down the road.
I think if anything, it's going to give you, and I got strength. I could pull a couple extra cards for you. The force, I think you're going to get the time off that you need for the surgery. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Things are looking on the up and up for you. Just one word of advice. Don't be indecisive about things, because you did receive the Two of Swords, and that does refer to going back and forth with things. So you want to just be aware of that. Remember, like I said before, going back and forth. And we all have our moments of doing that, but the Two of Swords means that person is doing it a little bit more or does it a little bit excessively. And that's when and where that strength card is going to come into play. Strength is all about exercising courage and being brave. That's exactly what you want to dig deep now. Now is the time to dig deep, because now you need to have faith. And that's not just in a higher power, but you need to have faith in yourself. Trust me, this will make a difference, especially in manifesting a job. But you got to have faith in yourself, and you got to have faith in the situation. And then you got to step outside your comfort zone. And that also means stepping away from being indecisive. Be confident with your choices and in the direction you're going in. Don't second guess yourself, because I see you as dipping your toes in the water and then you jerk your foot back, and then you dip your toes in the water and then you jerk your foot back. It's time to just
I've done that for quite a few jobs.
Yes. It's time to just take that leap of faith and just jump in the ocean and enjoy the water, for sure.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Is there any other questions I can answer for you?
No, I think that's the main thing. I think that and the cataract surgery I was having and financial, that's all. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. No problem. Thank you so much for allowing me to read for you this evening. I truly, truly appreciate
What's your name again?
it.
Sorry?
It is Jean Rose. Jean Rose, JeanRose. You can follow me on Facebook. Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. Yes, I would love to have you oh my gosh, I go live from my business page. I love it. It is a great way for me to connect with my audience even a little bit more.
Can you spell it for me,
It's a lot of fun. Sure.
Can you spell your name for me again, please?
Absolutely. A1R
Okay, thank you. I'm definitely going to follow you, and would love to get more readings out of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I look forward to reading you in the future. Thank you so much and take care. Thank you.
You're amazing.
You too.
You really are
Thank
amazing.
you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Guys, shall we do another question from one of my followers? I think we're going to do one more. Those were some lovely calls that we did this evening. Oh my goodness, definitely was able to give out some much needed readings. And that's always the important thing to me. It truly is. Rosemary from Ohio. When will I have someone in my life who will love me and want to have a life together? Shuffle this deck one more time. So that's what you look for. Well, Rosemary, the first card was the Eight of Cups, and that's going to refer to letting the past go all the way. Eights are always all about direction. The cup suit is going to refer to emotions as well as love. So in order to move forward, you kind of need to let go of the luggage you're kind of dragging behind you. The second card was the Ace of Cups. That's going to refer to unexpected love. I know I always say this, and guys, the cards always prove it. Love will find you. You will not find it. Ace of Cups is about unexpected love or unexpected blessings. Literally somebody just falling into your lap. It is an amazing card, guys. I love aces. I truly do. They are amazing cards, regardless as to whatever suit they come from. They're fantastic cards to receive. The third card, and I am messing up with number of cards I'm reading tonight. Oh my gosh. You know why? I'm being a rebel. I'm not wearing my reading glasses. Yeah, so that's my confession for tonight. The third card was the Three of Coins. The Three of Coins is all about turning over a new leaf. So definitely approaching a situation with a new mindset, or like starting that new chapter that, what was you were doing before was not working. So now it's time to change it up. Your fourth card is going to be the Two of Coins. Just make sure you add balance to the situation. Okay, go out, enjoy being alone. Obviously, that is one of the ways that you can help the universe, bring that person into your life is make sure that you are happy and you feel whole by yourself first. But again, with that first card being that Eight of Cups, there's definitely a little bit of work that needs to still be done in the regards of letting go of the past, for sure. But ultimately, I do see love coming your way, for sure. Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, do we have time for one more question? Okay, this is anonymous. And guys, I said it. I thought I was, you know what? Let's switch decks real quick. Will I be able to financially support myself if I leave my abusive relationship? Honey, the answer is yes. Yes, you will. Do not let fear stop you. Do not let fear stop you. Your first card was the Empress. That is doing it even if you have to decide not to decide. So just no matter what, really gathering deep for that strength. Your second card was the Moon. See through it, step through, and even if you have to step alongside with fear, it doesn't matter. But you are going to get out, you are going to rock it. You're going to be a success story. You truly are. And I don't say that lightly. Your third card was the World. So that is all about opportunities. Where there's a will, there's a way. So remember that. Guys, I want to thank you all so much for joining me for my first show. Again, my name is Jean Rose. I am one of the newer faces for the 2024 lineup. I want to thank everyone that joined me this evening. Thank you all for making this show such a success. I also want to give a shout out to my two producers, Dave and Constance. Thank you both for your hard work. I do appreciate everything that you do, both during the show and behind the scenes. Thank you all so much. Guys, if you like my style of reading, feel free to follow me at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. That is a Facebook page. Yes, you can find me there. Follow me, message me. If you have a reading request or there's something that you would like me to read on, I do offer a wide variety of fantastic quality on the Mark services. So definitely don't hesitate to reach out. It has been an honest pleasure, guys. This is just so fantastic. I can't tell you what a blessing this has been to be able to have this opportunity. While I do have a few more seconds, I would like to take a moment and just thank my wife for all of her fantastic support. Baby, thank you so much. I love you. Thank you for supporting the stream and just letting me go with this opportunity. Thank you so much. I love you. And we did it. We did it. So guys, please join me again next week. Same time, same place, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was an absolute blast, and I definitely look forward to doing it again.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you all had a lovely Christmas, and I wish you all a blessed, happy new year, and may you make beautiful memories and enjoy your life this year. These are life purpose cards, and I thought being the beginning of the year, it's a good idea to go with that to start with. A lot of people want to make changes, make decisions to make changes in the new year. So let's see if you've picked 1, 2, or 3, whether they resonate with you. The first one is you're on the right path, okay? So this is telling you to keep pursuing your dreams. The writing on the bottom here is keep doing what you're doing because it's working, all right? Spirit are telling me to tell you to just keep pursuing your dreams. They know what you want, okay? So they're trying to help you facilitate it because you have chosen wisely for yourself. So just center your mind and your body and just ask for clear signs of guidance, intuitively, motivation, support, any inspiration. If you're lacking, can sometimes, the road can be a little bit difficult and we can lose inspiration. So just keep doing that. I'm also being told to be present. So in your life, so as you're looking around when you're walking or whatever, just be aware of any signs or any people that come your way that can give you information, like if you're wanting something in particular, somebody might have that and might start talking about it, and Spirit of bringing them forward, and just allow any doubts to pass over you and don't hold on to any of that. You're doing really well, so just keep going, all right? If you've chosen the second card, this is travel. It's got here your life purpose involves traveling. Now, travel is the obvious that you may be looking for a job that does do travel, has travel as part of the requirement of the job. But I'm also being told you can, your life purpose can not just come up through traveling for your job, but also through a holiday. So it's all about meeting the right people and, getting help. But if you are looking for a job that does involve travel, you are choosing well if you're reconsidering a job or you have just started this job. The other thing with travel is that it can also be, when you are traveling, be still while you're traveling. And use that as downtime for you. So whether you meditate, read, don't just keep doing work while you're in between flights or whatever. Take that time as you time, me time. Okay, the other thing is travel can also be movement in your life. So letting go of things and moving on to things in your life that make you happier, that are more fulfilling for you, stepping into changes and being happy in your life that gives you more purpose and fulfillment, all right? If you've chosen the third card, this has come up with a healer. You've been a healer your whole life, whether you knew it or not. Even I see, even as a child, if you put your hand on somebody's shoulder, you gave them a healing energy. You listened to them, giving them your time, allowed them to receive healing from you, also to feel like they're being seen and heard. If you are on the road of doing healing, look at other modalities than what you're doing. Look at options of teaching or even learning different healing modalities for yourself. I do feel like you have done this in your past life, and people just naturally gravitate to you as a healer. But you do need to take care of yourself. That requires rest, exercise, just so that, you have the energy, healthy lifestyle choices, all about that. It's all about balance. Okay, so I hope they have helped you. If it hasn't resonated for you, you can just hang on to the message. It might come up for you soon in your life. Okay, I've got Diane on the phone. Diane, how are you?
I'm fine, and yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. How can I help you today?
I guess if I had to question, it would be job related.
Job related, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me have a look. Are you looking at leaving your job? Because I'm seeing movement in that direction.
I'm just really not for sure.
Okay, all right. I feel like you've got three choices here. I'll just say what they are. Just give me a second. I'm being told one choice is, sorry, I'm writing as I'm getting messages. One is to, are you working at the moment? Because I'm getting stay is one of your choices.
Yes, I am working.
Okay, stay is your first choice. The second choice is to upskill. So whether that means that you will, maybe do an online course or something like that to put you in a better position to maybe get a pay rise or a promotion or something like that. And the third one is to move on to another place, all right? Would you consider like a new career altogether? Because I'm also seeing that that's an option for you if you chose to leave.
I've kind of thought about it. I just don't know what I would do.
Okay.
Kind of scary.
Yeah. Okay. I keep saying that. Oh, I'm dropping all my cards. Just give me 1 sec. I keep seeing children around you. Are you working with children at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I feel like this is another area of that. Okay. I keep thinking about disability. Are you in the disability sector, or is this something you would consider?
In disability, is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yes, Diane, disability.
I've never gave it a thought, to be honest with you.
Okay. Spirit are asking you to consider it, all right? Now, they're not saying for you to go and work for an agency as such. They're talking about working for yourself. So having your own business and selecting your own clients. So that would mean, like the clients that you connect with. So if there is certain aspects of disability that you don't want to deal with, whether it's, the more difficult stuff, the messier stuff, then you don't have to do that. but they are talking to me about your finances, and this is a way for you to improve your finances. I feel it would be more rewarding for you, because I feel like you're a little bit stuck, like in terms of not being very fulfilled with your job, and your job is you feel like it's a bit lackluster at the moment. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. This will give you a boost in your finances, and it will also be a more rewarding and fulfilling for you as you help people. And that could look like, an 18-year-old girl who wants to learn how to cook. It could be, somebody who wants to go bowling, and you just go bowling with them. It can be whatever you choose it to be, but I feel that will change, and you can work your own hours. All right.
Okay.
And I'm also getting, there's no time like the present. All right. Spirit are asking you to consider that. That is the better option for you, where long term you will be more happier. Okay. Does that make sense to you? Yeah.
Yes,
all right.
Absolutely.
I do, and you can start slow. You can stay with the job that you're at, and you can start doing, weekend work. Start building up your clients, and then when you're ready, you can move on. Now, I'm in Australia, so just to give you an idea, we have what we call the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and, they pay like $70 an hour. If you were to work through an agency, the agency pays their staff $38, okay? Now, I don't know how it's there for you, but if you are a sole trader, then you can make that money for yourself. So just look into what is required, whether you need to take out some insurance for yourself, maybe you need to study a little bit for it, but Spirit is pushing you in that direction. So just do a bit of research and consider it, because I see you very happy. I see you smiling and happy in that field.
I like that.
Okay, I think you will be happy. Please, look at it, and you'll be glad to leave everything behind. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, you're very, very welcome, Diane. I wish you a blessed and happy 2024, and just keep pursuing that, and just make yourself happy. That's all Spirit is saying. Make yourself happy this year. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Take care, Diane. All the best.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, my friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. I am your mini medium on the psychic, wonderful A1R Psychic Radio and the Moonstruck TV. My brain started going a little bit faster and wanted to say Psychic Radio A1R. How's that? We're going to do it a little backwards. It's just one of those crazy, energetic days today. But I'm happy you guys are here. And of course, I'm always happy to be here and doing my weekly show and podcast. Today, I have to tell you, just to throw this out there. Let me say, the last week has been a bit challenging for me. And I've had some, as I call them, some curveballs or some maybe barriers, maybe not so much barriers, but I've had some emotional curveballs sent my way just over the last week. And it's been just one of those, I guess those days where you just have to sit back and take a deep breath and find the reason in it all and find your purpose and how you can apply that into the situation or into learning how to use your own. What's the famous saying? Do as I say, not as I do, right? Many times I will sit and I'm doing a reading and I'm sitting there giving intuitive advice or even just whatever spirit is bringing through. And it's like this little aha moment, like the light bulb goes off and I go, oh my gosh, Stephanie, that's some great advice. Just to give back to myself, because I'll tell you, I do need to practice what I preach. And so anyhow, without going, I'm not really going to go into real details, but I had a couple of very, some difficult losses over the last week. So it's, I think I don't even think, I know that my beliefs, my coming out about my gifts and my abilities over 4 years ago, or almost 4 years now, has given me the ability, if you will, to have peace within my heart and respond and react to death in a different mindset. So, it's death is never easy. So, we all process, death and also where our loved ones go. We all have our own, thoughts and beliefs, which I fully and highly respect all of them. So I think what's most important, and here's my little spiel for today, but of course we'll be pulling some affirmation cards, and actually I have a surprise. I have a couple cards, but really just I think what's most important is to have faith, right? And to have faith, and wherever that faith lies, put all of yourself and your being into that faith. So, and I think that's all that matters, whatever you believe in, I just hope that you can find peace with your beliefs and be able to apply that to your everyday life. So anyhow, so yes, crazy stuff already, and we're only 10 days into the year. But I'll tell you, I feel like with what I do and sharing my gifts and doing readings and even my podcasts and my free readings that I do every Wednesday night on my Facebook page, that's what heals me and brings me joy. So some people think, oh my gosh, you just had this loss of someone very important to you. And how are you able to, to jump on the saddle per se? And I said, it's not a job. So it's actually, it heals me. And I feel like every reading that I have done today, really, and a little bit yesterday, as everything's happened for a reason, and the messages have been perfect for what I needed to hear, even myself. So, all right, let's pull our affirmation card. I've already pulled it, actually. I'm actually on it like Bluebonnet today. So I've got the affirmation card, and I decided, since we're going into the new moon energy, so tomorrow is the new moon in Capricorn. And so for those who aren't too familiar with moon energy and moon phases, I'll briefly tell you a little bit. So the new moon is the time where, so you can do it today, tomorrow, the day after, you can even do it the next day after. But the new moon is the time to do reflection. It's time to manifest. It's time to put out into the universe whatever it is that you are wanting to see happen for yourself. And I say, be selfish. Okay to manifest for yourself. If you want to manifest for others, that's good too. But it's manifesting and putting out there what you are wanting to have come back. And we are in a karmic energy a year. So 2024 equals 8. And the year of the 8 is that infinite energy. And that infinite energy is karmic energy. So everything, again, that you're putting out, it's going to come back to you tenfold, for that matter. So make sure it's good, positive, optimistic, as best as you can energy. I know that our human side steps in and is like, has its human moments of the lower vibrational energy. And that's okay. Just stop. Be mindful of what you said and go, okay, all right. Bring that back, change it up a little bit, and you'll see it'll become just natural, in a sense. So, all right. So the new moon is that time to manifest. So the new moon, I decided to pull one of these beautiful moonology cards, and of course, I pull the card according to the number that I've been drawn to today, but I decided to actually pull the new moon in Capricorn, which the new moon in Capricorn says that your hard work is paying off. Now, just really quick, I want to get to my callers for tonight, but this fits beautifully with the fact of 2023 was such a hard year for so many people, it seems. And so everything that we have learned about ourselves, everything that we have learned about others in 2023, now it's that time to apply that to 2024. So all of the hard work, it doesn't have to be, work literally like your job, but the hard work of, just going through the stuff and getting through it, right? Giving yourself credit, emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually, whatever it is. But all that hard work is going to be paying off this year. So keep that in mind as we go into the 2024. And also this beautiful karmic energy. So make sure you are manifesting and putting out exactly what you want to come back. So I decided to then, of course, pull our affirmation. And the affirmation I did pull according to the number I've been drawn to today that just keeps coming, which, interesting enough, I kept seeing the number 203, a big number. I don't know what 203. So I wrote that down. I started kind of reflecting and actually started seeing the number 25. So we'll go with that. We don't want to count to 203. Pulled the 25th card, and the affirmation for this week for everybody states, nothing is impossible for the heart. Love will always find a way. And I thought this was so perfect for what I personally have been going through. But I want to personally send this out to my oldest daughter, Mandy. So Mandy, if you're listening, sweetheart, listen to this message, honey. So nothing is impossible for the heart. Love will always find a way. And she'll know exactly what this is about. So, but for everybody else, I'll tell you, love is a very high vibrational energy, and love will always overpower, if you will, the higher vibrational negative energy, if that makes sense. So make sure that you are applying and loving others, kindness, right? Humbleness, whatever it may be. That is how you reflect love. Love doesn't have to be, the romantic love. Love is the higher vibrational feeling or emotion. So keep that beautiful love and light being sent out to everybody, for that matter, all around our world. We need it more than anything, and we need it very much so. Not to discount any other countries, but here in the U.S., we need that as we go into an election year. So I don't talk politics, so I'll just leave it at that. Okay. All right, my friends, let's do some fun stuff. Let's take our first caller. And I'm excited. I have Jade. I love that name, by the way. And Jade is from Canada. Hi, Jade. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am doing fabulous. Can I just say I love your name? I love Jade. I love that name.
And I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
The name I was given at birth was Jerry Ann. And I've learned my soul name is Jade. And a lot has happened in this last year. A lot of closure, and the person that I was is no longer, and now I'm emerging as who I was supposed to be.
Just gave me chills all over, my friend. First of all, you gave me chills all over. I'm fighting back some tears because I personally know what you're talking about, where you're coming from. But without sounding cheesy or corny, I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you, because I'll tell you, one thing I express to all of my clients as I do private readings or over Zoom or even on my podcast is that, it's never too late to find our highest self. Never too late. So when you connect with your highest divine, your highest self, and you find that true soul's purpose, you find your true soul, life is magical. It's beautiful. So I don't know
what I'm supposed to do with all of this. Everything that I thought to be was me in my life up to March of last year. I don't know. It was a lie. It was a hoax. It was right. And the reality that come to be is, So now I don't know. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I can help you with that or give you some guidance. Is that what you're kind of wanting to ask tonight, if you will?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend. Okay. So
I have some feelings, but I just don't know how to go about it.
Okay. Sure. And that's, and may I say, I'm not a counselor. I don't have any kind of background with that, but just 27 years of doing readings and, connecting with, mediumship, my gifts, and all of my other abilities. it's, as far as I'm concerned, what you're going through is completely normal. So I don't want you to feel necessarily that, that you're lost, or that, or you made any, wrong turns or whatever it may be. So it's very normal, because what happens now, I don't know how old you are, nor you don't have to tell me, because regardless, but the longer we're here on this earth, and have been programmed, quote unquote, to live our lives a certain way, and then when we have that epiphany, or what I call that spiritual awakening or spiritual ascension, it really, couple things, and I'm going to be very kind of, I hope I'm okay to say this, I'm sure my producer will bleep me out, but it pisses you off, because you went so many years of going, okay, I thought this way, I felt this way, and now I just had this awakening, and I know now this is my right path, but now what do I do with it? And how do I get past what I thought for 15 years? How do I get past letting that go? I can personally 100% relate, my friend. Not to get into myself, because I don't want to talk about myself. This is about you. Just really quickly. I live in a very strong religious state, a particular religion. And I was born and raised, in a sense, in that belief. But at a young age, I realized that that was not my path, and converted into spirituality, if you want to call it that. So I understand, and I see, through my eyes, what you're going through. So, so let me tell you, well, a couple things, just really quickly, because I have to ask all my callers, always. I am always drawn to numbers, every day for that matter, but on my days I do my podcast, and I do free readings tonight on my Facebook page. Spirit gives me numbers, and the number 25 has been very strong today. So I always ask, do you connect with that number as far as like a birth date, a death date? This could be back when you were 25 years old, or, sometimes February 5th is where the 25 comes in. Do you resonate with that number by chance? And if not, it's okay.
Not really.
Okay, no worries then. Okay, no worries. Just I take a couple callers a night, and then after the podcast, when I do my free readings, the numbers tends to really connect with someone. So let's move on. I pulled a couple.
I get angel numbers for people.
Do you?
And I get spirits come and talk to me.
Good. Oh, I love that. So you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yes, absolutely.
And I know I can do things with energy.
Good.
But I don't know how to just let go and trust.
Yes. Yeah. That's part of the journey. That's the hard part. I would say that I came to deal with as well, and it was a challenge for me. As I did readings and sat with people, the more validations that I got back from people, that what I was seeing, hearing, feeling, and knowing, the stronger that my gifts, if you will, my abilities got, but also the more I trusted it. So now, just like right now, when I gave you that number, you didn't quite connect. My old Stephanie, my old ways would have went, okay, oh gosh, I just, I'm off today, I'm wrong. But I trust that there's a reason for that number, and we move forward, and I'll tell my clients, if it doesn't make sense, take it with you. It will. So it takes time. It also takes validation. So my biggest advice for you, my friend, and as you know, I pulled a couple cards for you, which I thought was very ironic because both cards are the number 3. And I think that's when you said March was when you had started to see the shift or change. Is that right?
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So just some, some beautiful, connections. I don't believe in coincidences. So, I got my other caller waiting, so I need to wrap our call up. But let me just tell you, the biggest and most important advice I'm going to give you is to trust the process, and then to also make sure that you are forgiving yourself for any and quote unquote mistakes, but also make sure you're protecting your energy. Okay. Because that can get taken advantage of very easily.
Okay.
All right, my friend. If you please, message me. You can reach out to me on my website, mini-medium.com, and let me know who you are. And I'm happy to help give advice anytime I can. And if you have questions, just let me know.
All right, but that's what you say I'm supposed to be doing.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
All right.
All right, my friend. Good luck to you and sending you so much good love and light. All right, Jade. Have a great night, honey. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. Man, time flies. We got time for Ashanti in New York. Hi, Ashanti. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I am doing good, hon. I know we got probably about 5-6 minutes. So how can I help you tonight?
I had questions about my health and my love life.
Okay. Is there one that you're really wanting, I guess more, I won't say more important, but needing more answered, I guess, tonight than the other?
My health.
Your health, then. Okay. Let me, I'm going to just pull a couple cards for you, just to see if anything really stands out, being that we're kind of short on time. But now just I like to throw this out there, doing this as long as that I have. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, so I can't give you any kind of advice or diagnosis, but I want to tell you, I just pulled 3 cards, and ironically, every single card is a cup. So in tarot, now I don't really use tarot cards and read them per se, but I listen to my gifts and my intuition, and then the cards will kind of help guide us a bit. So being that you pulled 3 cards with all cups, one of them reversed, the other's right side up. Here is where, and intuitively, my friend, as we all know, stress is one of the number one factors for a lot of our health issues. One thing that I am picking up with your energy, my friend, you are just, so many cups are full and so many cups are overflowing. So much stress, hon. And so just first off, let me tell you, I feel some of the health issues you are experiencing, there is a chance for them to get better or not be as difficult, pain-wise or what may be, where stress can help, alleviating stress. So meditation, taking time just to go get your nails done, get a pedicure, get your hair done, whatever it is that you enjoy to do, and not taking children with you, or stressful in-laws or family. So take time for yourself first and foremost. I'm going to put that forward there, and letting some of this stuff go, especially the things that you cannot control. Because I feel a sense that you worry. You're a worrier.
Yeah.
You stress. Yeah. You stress over things that are completely out of your control. And, this is who you are. This is how you've been for many years. So now to try to, reprogram and change that, it's not going to happen overnight. But when your health is being affected, then things need to, happen obviously quicker. So, just working on stress relief. Now, the other thing that I'm picking up on with health, there's, I'm really drawn to, I'm looking at your blood work, by the way, that's why I'm pausing intuitively. Have you had your thyroid checked?
No.
Okay. All right, my friend. So I have hypothyroid. I have Hashimoto's, which is where the thyroid, is underactive. When the thyroid is not working the way that it should be, it causes so many things. Like it makes you feel really tired. You have no energy. Your hair starts falling out. Skin is really dry. Weight gain or weight loss. I wish I had the weight loss. I don't have that symptom.
Me too.
This is why I'm telling you this, my friend, because I feel like I'm picking up on a very similar health issue like I have. So just some suggestions: get some blood work, have your thyroid checked. Thyroid, it regulates so many things, hormones, all of that fun stuff that we, have here, as women. So I feel really, I'm not, I've got about 90 seconds as my producer showing me, but I'm not feeling any major red flags. And I will tell people, I'm seeing red flags, I'm seeing worry for whatever may be, but a lot of your root cause is stress and then also hormone imbalance or the thyroid. So these are some things that I would say start with, and you may see that other things will get better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It makes a lot of sense.
Okay, good. Well, I've got about 60 seconds, hon, but please, if you want to reach out to me, and we can spend some more time, but my website is mini-medium.com, and feel free to message me, let me know who you are, and then we can continue a little bit more of this so that you get a little bit longer of a reading. Okay? Okay. All right, hon. Have a beautiful night, okay? And I'll send you lots of good healing energy.
You too. Thank you.
You betcha. Bye-bye. All right, guys. We're wrapping up. It's your mini medium. I will see you next week, Wednesday. Have a great week. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my little show. I am Suzanne Marie, and I'm with Psychic Paths. I am here for a little bit, so I'm very, very happy that you've come and you're listening and you're watching, and I just appreciate all the support and all the happiness that comes out of this every week. And so I just had to say that. Happy New Year. I wasn't here last week, but I'm here today. It is 2024, and I'm excited for the new year. We are still dealing with the Sagittarius moon, or no, the Gemini moon. Get grounded. Okay. The Gemini moon. And that's got to do with a lot of conversations that need to be taking place. And so we have that until the end of this month. So if something is urging you to say something that you're kind of holding back or holding back, then yeah, there needs to be that conversation. Don't hold back. We have Aquanda from Atlanta, Georgia. What a beautiful name.
Thank you.
How are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing okay. I'm trying to get used to 2024.
Yeah.
And I don't have any. I don't have any experience. So, what can I help with tonight for you?
Just my finances and love life.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit says. Hang on a second. They're saying that as far as your finances go, that it's been challenging, but you've also done well. So it seems like there's sort of a wave of up and down or in and out kind of a feeling. They also say that you're not exactly working from your passion. You may be very good at something, but Spirit is saying that it's not really a passion for you.
Okay.
I have a feeling you'll be led to something that makes you happy. Yeah, relatively soon, I think 2024. But I feel like your goal is not passion, but it's spirits, okay? So your guides really want you to enjoy and to feel a passion with your work. And so I would suggest with that to listen to your inner voice for what feels right to you. And I know that takes a time out of your day, and I know it's just kind of an annoyance. But if you feel pushed or led to a certain thing, be patient with that and explore it, okay? And I feel like that's the next months that you will start getting led and you get to explore some of the things that make you happy and peaceful for what the work you do. Let me see. Okay. They also tell me that you're highly, highly intelligent. They're giving me that insight that you are highly intelligent. And from what I can understand from spirit, you don't know how amazing you are, is what I'm getting. So take that from your guides. So I wonder, as far as the love goes, have you learned a lot?
I have.
Because life it goes in circles, and we keep repeating the same pattern until we learn from it. And then when we learn from it, it's no longer a part of the returning circle. And I feel like some of the gentlemen that you've been with all have the same quality or same habit or behavior, if you understand what I'm saying. That could be completely different, and that one thing is there, always there. But I see too, when you're attracted to someone, you use your brains. And I feel like someone is coming in. I'm getting late February. Someone's coming in. And I would suggest you let your heart do the talking. Let your heart always listen to those feelings when you first meet someone. And the minute you see those red flags from that circle, you need to step back no matter who it is. Step back. You don't that. You know what that feeling is because Spirit is telling me you have experience with the same darn thing. So when you see it, step back and let that person go, because it's going to be the same ride. And you've already bought the ticket and took it. So we don't need to do that anymore. But I feel like somebody outside of that comfort zone is going to be coming in late March. And I do believe that you have good karma together, good conversation together, and the beliefs and boundaries are the same. Okay. I believe his name starts with a B. And you may feel a little intimidated.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay. Spirit is saying, go ahead. This is not the same ride and the same ticket. It's a different one. And I feel like the lessons are over. This last time you were like, I will never, ever, ever. And I think you meant it. So that's I think it's an attracting thing. That number one, we attract the things that we're comfortable with. And number two, we attract things that we already know. And you don't want that anymore. You know it and you've been comfortable with it. But it's not for you. So we're just gonna throw that out and bring in the good things, bring in the things that we haven't experienced yet. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you have any questions? I have a few minutes. Do you have any more questions about those two things?
Is that what my
So I lost my sister 9 years ago. I lost my cousin 7 years ago. So Saturday morning and Sunday morning, I dreamed about both of them.
I think they're guiding you. I think what their presence is trying to tell you is that keep going on and keep looking forward and hold on to hope. One of those people you just mentioned didn't have much faith or hope, but both of them want you to have faith and hope because you've got a good future for yourself. And they are around you.
It was
one
just
of them,
so real.
That's a real conversation. That's a real conversation. When it feels like they're in body, they have talked to you then. They have visited you. You've been reached and contacted. That's how that you were on the same wavelength as I am when I'm doing my mediumship readings. They came to you, and if they said anything, I would take it as real. They were there. It wasn't just a dream. See, it's easier to contact us when we're sleeping because we're in that consciousness, the REM sleep for consciousness.
Yeah.
It's easier. It's called dead time, other names, but that's when we're more apt to have spiritual occurrences, and unfortunately we're sleeping. But they did come. They love you very much, both of them. Was your sister a bully? Because she's showing me some kind of bullying.
She was kind of laid back, unless her courage was up with the drinking.
Okay. She's the one that must not have had much faith or hope.
No.
But
didn't.
she does give me this a bully kind of energy. They're okay. They're on the other side. They love you very much, and they are constantly visiting you. So don't be surprised if you get some more dreams.
They come to me a whole lot. Usually my sister is cooking or we're driving.
Aww. And I do see that. I see a lot of stones, like a stone driveway.
Yes.
So I hope that I have been of some help to you tonight. I enjoyed talking with you. And yeah, thank you so much. You have a great night. Look at my necklace. You have a great night and a great new year. And please keep your faith and hope up because good things are happening.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Reverend Maria Leggett, and I'm coming live to you from Dayton, Ohio. I am super excited to be here, and I want to talk about some things that I have coming up this year. So if you would like to study mediumship, I have wonderful mediumship classes coming up. I have one called Your Intuitive Soul. It is an online class. Most of these classes are all online. And Your Intuitive Soul will lead you through a 4-week program of being able to discern between your ego and your higher self. It will help you to do automatic writing, automatic drawing, and you're going to get to meet your higher self and being able to meet one of your spirit guides. It's so much fun. I have a lot of fun in this class. So there's Your Intuitive Soul, and you can find that on my website, MariaLeggett.com. And I also have chakra classes coming up, and those are digital self-paced classes that you can find on my temple website, which is templeofthesacredcircle.org. So we have that. And we also have my 2-year mediumship program that is coming up, and you can find that on MariaLeggett.com as well. And it has a prerequisite of Your Intuitive Soul, one of my 1-year development programs, which my 1-year mediumship development programs are intuition development. That one starts in April or May. So I have one in person and one online, and one starts in April, one starts in May, and I can't remember which. But you can find all of those online. And for a lot of my classes, I have sliding scale. So there is a standard price, but I also reserve 3 seats for sliding scale for someone who may not be able to afford the higher price, but maybe this one fits a little bit better in your budget. So I try to make sure that we cover all of the different financial abilities. And of course, I always have my free Practice Your Intuition, which is on the first Tuesday of the month. And I do that through templeofthesacredcircle.org. And you just sign up for membership, and the class is part of your membership. And in the community of Temple of the Sacred Circle, we have daily affirmations, which are being posted every single day. And I'm so excited about that. People are loving the affirmations. And if you follow me on Facebook, Maria Leggett Medium, and that's also what I am on Instagram as well, Maria Leggett Medium. And I am posting daily journal prompts every day. And these journal prompts are all geared towards you beginning to understand your intuition and how to work with it. So we have Meditation Monday, and then we have Symbol Saturdays. We have lots of different journal prompts that are coming up. And it's a great way for you to be able to get in touch with your higher self and learn what messages they're trying to give to you. So thank you, and welcome to the show. Deborah, how are you this evening?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. How may I help you tonight?
Hold on a minute. Let me put my hearing aids on. Hold on a minute. I'm doing really good. I was wondering, please share for me.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
I was wondering if good things are going my way this year.
If good things are coming to you, or if you're getting a raise this year?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've been having problems looking for a job. Will I be finding a job will I be finding a job soon?
Okay. All right. So I have some cards in my hand, so I'm going to shuffle some cards. All right, Spirit. Deborah would like to know, will she be finding a job this year? All right. Oh, I love this. So we have crystal angels. And what we have for you, Deborah, is we have this beautiful Unikite card. And Unikite is a beautiful green and blue. It's an absolutely gorgeous crystal. And the message on the card says, answered prayers. All your great work has opened the door for divine solutions and support. So I'm definitely going to say yes. There, you will be finding a job. Spirit shows it to me as though you have felt kind of stuck and that things financially have kind of piled up, and it's really time for you to begin addressing some of the things that need to be opened and handled and taken care of, and not to allow yourself to get into the overwhelm that the lack of financial abundance can bring. But they want you to know that the abundance is coming to you. And I can very clearly hear February. So I want to talk about a job that's going to be in your highest good, that's going to work very well for your situation coming in February. And they show it to me as like mid-February. So it won't be at the beginning. It's going to be more towards the middle. And to be open to the possibility of what's coming at you. They're showing it to me as though it may not necessarily be exactly what you want, but it's going to be very good for your situation. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a couple of things fall out. So the other thing that I want to talk to you about is we have this beautiful stone called peridot. Some people call it peridot. I call it peridot. And again, it's a green stone. And so we're talking about abundance. And what's written on the card says life lessons. You can break free from recurring negative patterns by praying to know the lesson and the blessing they contain. So when Spirit brings this to me saying answer, life lessons, one of the things I want to talk about is being able to look inside of yourself and recognize, are you saying, why does this always happen to me? If you're making that statement, there's something inside of you that this difficult situation keeps being drawn to. You need to recognize that you are beautiful and amazing and worthy of good things coming to you. And when you believe that you're worthy of good things, the good things will always come. When you believe that you're in this situation all the time, that situation is going to repeat itself. It goes with the saying, what I believe, I achieve. So if you believe that you're going to have the financial abundance that you need, that's what's going to come. And what I can very clearly see and hear your spirit guides saying are to stop begging or asking for this to come. I want you just to sit in the peace and quiet, maybe put on some meditation music, and I want you to visualize what it's going to feel like to get the call, oh, you've got the job. Visualize all the happiness, all the relief, all of the, oh my gosh, I knew it was going to come. I'm so excited. And allow that feeling to wash through your entire body from head to toe. This is going to retrain your brain to help you understand that all of the beautiful things are coming and we no longer have to sit in fear of lack. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So the other card that dropped out that I want to talk to you about is charoite. And charoite is a beautiful purple stone, and it is associated with the crown chakra. And I love working with this stone. It helps us to connect in with the divine. It helps us to connect in with our spirit team. And what's written on this card says, spiritual protection. You are being watched over and protected physically, emotionally, and energetically. So it's very important for you to recognize that even though you may not see or feel your spirit team with you, know that there are guides and angels on the other side who are watching out for you and making sure that everything you need is provided and that you are being protected and watched over in every situation. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I have that feeling.
Good, I'm glad. So your team is there helping you and guiding you. And so it's really important that you start putting yourself out there, filling out more applications. And I don't know how you understand this, but Spirit's also showing me that you might want to update your resume and change the format and make it a little more now. And by now, I mean more like 2024 rather than 2020 or 2019, because the resumes all change. And just putting yourself out there for jobs that you want and jobs that you're qualified for. Because if you're only putting in for a job that you're qualified for, you're going to miss one that maybe somebody will say, hey, chance on her. And they'll hire you because they think that you'll do well at it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So know that you are being watched. Know that your team is there helping you. You just need to believe in yourself and stop begging for things, just telling Spirit all the time, thank you. Thank you for bringing me this amazing job. Thank you for bringing me the abundance. Thank you for helping me get my car fixed and my car payments made. Thank you for whatever it is that you want to bring into your life, because you can do all of these things on your own. Spirit will always be there to help you. Spirit will always be there to watch out for you. But you have to tell them thank you for in order for them to bring it to you. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. I am so glad. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Do you know, are they nearby me?
I think I've lost you. I can't hear you now. So I want to say thank you very much to Deborah for being on the show. I am so grateful you were on, and I hope all of you have an amazing new year. Welcome to 2024, doing all of the wonderful things. And if you are ready to work with Spirit, contact me at marialeggett.com. Have an absolutely amazing day. And don't forget to find me on templeofthesacredcircle.org, where you can have all different kinds of self-paced courses, including Intuitive Tarot, where you can become a certified tarot person so that you can come and do it as a job and get just as good as me at what I do, because I love doing this for all of you. So I hope you have an amazing rest of your evening. Thank you so much for joining me and being on here. I am so grateful for your energy. Have a fantastic time, and I'll see you in a week. Have a good one.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from perrylyons.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, I'm not Elvis, but I am Perry Lyons, and this is Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio, and I'm New York City Celebrity Psychic, which sounds cheesy, but is actually accurate. And I'm here for you. I'm staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager, with the phone being what my camera is. It doesn't sound unprofessional to say that, because it's actually better than the camera I bought. So, where was I? Anyway, I'm staring at the camera like a lovesick teenager waiting for you to call. And here's why. Because I have evidentially around a 92% accuracy rate, which is pretty good. And I also really, really get the best callers ever. And I really care about you when you call. I don't know why. I just do, because you're great is why. So I'm sitting here waiting for you to call. And I want to answer your deepest, darkest questions, except nothing about geography or calculus, but things about love, work. I don't know. What else is there in life? Red velvet cakes. I'm hungry. Okay, we're going to start off. Actually, I got an email from a viewer, which is very sweet, and they asked me if I believed in ghosts. And again, as I said last week about, I forget what I said about angels. I don't believe in them because I know they're there. I don't believe in the table. It's right there. I grew up in a haunted house. Actually, this is a reason not to use Ouija boards. My friends and I used a Ouija board when I was like 13, and a ghost showed up right around then and did not go away because where's it going to go? Disneyland. Anyway, I used to work at a nightclub in New York. It was a very old building, 1842. And there was these stairs. All of the other bartenders, everybody who worked there, Elsa sang there, hated to go downstairs because whenever you walked down these stairs that were built into the wall, all the hair on your neck felt weird and you got all cold and then you'd have to sit in the office. When I would sit in the office, like booking bands and doing stuff like that, I'd be sitting there and suddenly the light bulb would start to unscrew itself over my head and I'd look up and say, stop. And I'd go back to what I was doing and it would start to unscrew itself and I'd say, stop. And then we just kept playing that game. Anyway, one day the owner brought in a psychic. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. One day I asked the owner if the place was haunted, and he told me that they'd brought in a psychic about 10 years before. And I told the owner that whenever I walked down the stairs, I had a sudden weird feeling that my name was Patricia, and I was in the 1920s, and that my boyfriend had killed me in those stairs. His name was Enrico. And he told me that the psychic had actually said that a girl named Patricia had been killed there, Flapper, in the 20s, had been killed on those stairs by her boyfriend, Enrico, and he pulled out like the newspaper clippings or the scrapbook with him in it to show me. So that was kind of cool. This is all part of the apprenticeship of a psychic. The other thing that happened in that nightclub, nobody believes me, possibly because I'm not telling anybody, I haven't told anybody but you guys. There are all these sort of wicker cafe chairs, and there was a little stage. We'd have bands and I'd sing and stuff. And I went downstairs for 2 minutes one night, and I came back, and there were 9 chairs stacked on the stage in a pyramid. I was downstairs for 2 minutes. There was nobody else there. We had an alarm system. Nobody else was there. And you're the first people I've told about that, because if I tell people face to face, they might just pick me up and have me committed. But it did happen. So, strange things. I've also seen ghosts, but that's another episode. So keep tuning in. Sooner or later, you'll hear all about the apprenticeship of a psychic. Okay, we're going to do the tarot psychic weather. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull 3 cards. Oh, hi, Donna. And you're New York. Homegirl.
Yes.
I'll be with you.
Yeah.
Hi, baby. I love the name Donna, too. Oh, you're in Wisconsin. I know exactly where that is.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice town. Yeah. I'm like a nice, I'm such a New Yorker. Okay, I'm just going to do the tarot psychic weather, and then I'll get right back with you. Meanwhile, what I'd like you to do is breathe in deeply, and then at the top of the breath, take another breath when you think you can't, and then breathe out slowly. So do that while you're waiting and concentrate on your question. It's a central nervous system cooling breath. So tarot psychic weather works like this. I pick 3 cards for the week. The week begins today. So the first card is today and the next couple of days. Next card kind of over the weekend. And the third card is like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. We got it? Yeah, I knew you would. Okay, that's interesting. The first card is the Hierophant card. I'll show you this. This has to do with anything, sort of institutions, corporations, authority. So it could be anything from going to the Motor Vehicles Bureau to being made CEO, somewhere in between. And somewhere you're going to be dealing with authority somehow this week. Either you're going to have to do some sort of paperwork for stuff like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some kind of paperwork that has to do with authority that's not depressing. So let's move right along. Or you could be dealing in a very good way with somebody in authority at your job. But it's a good card. It means, in this case, it means that the authority is on your side. So if you're doing the paperwork, it's going to go really easily. You might have a court case. I think you're going to win. Or your boss is going to say, you're awesome. I'm going to give you $1 million in pennies. Okay, I love doing that. Okay. Oh, the next card is, this is interesting, Ace of Swords. Aces in tarot, like in poker, are always good. We like them. They always signify the beginning of a new cycle, like a little step up in your whole frequency. Wibbited gibbet. Wibbited gibbet? Okay, you heard me. The swords indicate new ideas, maybe a new, kind of a new way of thinking. You might have some sort of epiphany or revelation about your life that takes you to the next level. You might come up with a great business idea, in which case write it down. Or you might, even because it has to do with communication as well, you might be moved to write a really great song or poem. But it has to do with a step up in communication, anything to do with ideas. And again, possibly legal stuff. And if it's legal stuff, this is a good card to get. Woo! And I'm using that, this is from my posh deck. This is like gold leaf. See, nothing's too good for you guys. Okay. The 9 of Cups is one of my favorite cards to get because it's the card of earned happiness. It's not like kind of an exhilaration, the short-lived card. It means you're sitting pretty. You've got your health, your family is good. You've got enough dosh, which is money, a nice place to live. You've got it's just good. It's like there are 9 sort of things that have to do with quality of life. Some of which I can't remember, but trust me, they're good. And you've been a good person. You've worked hard. You've eaten your vegetables, and you're about to get a sort of a good karmic payoff. See, being a good person does pay off, just not always immediately. But in the long run, yes. Okay, there we go. Donna, are you still there, my darling?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Thank you for waiting. How are you? It's nice to hear your voice.
I'm good. I'm very good. Thank you.
Good. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays because it's festive. So just tell me the day and the month. Don't tell me.
Sure, May 21st.
Oh, you little Gemini here. Woohoo!
Yeah.
It's like getting 2 Donnas for the price of 1. So
that's right.
How can I help you today? How can I rummage around in the sock drawer of your soul and pull out something good?
Well, I really don't have anything specific. Just like, what do you see for me in this year, 24?
Well, it's going to be a hell of a lot better than 23. I'll tell you that for free. And it is for free. 23 was not your best year. 22 kind of sucked. 21 wasn't bad. Although 24 is going to be a good year for you. And I'm not just saying that. That's what I'm getting. Hold on one second. You have a day job, right?
No, I'm retired.
Oh, well, you might get one if you want one. Because I see you making, either you're a freelancer who's going to start working regularly for somebody who's paying you regularly, like a patron, or if you want to, you're going to get like a job, like I was just saying in the Hierophant card. That'd be really nice for you. Is that something you'd consider?
Actually, I should be fully honest, though. I am hired to work per diem at a hospital, but I haven't been putting any hours in. So in a way, I guess I could say, yes, I do have a job.
I like the way you work. It feels, are you a nurse?
No, I'm a clerk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm a clerk in the hospital. I do clerical work there.
Yeah, cool. That's kind of what I was seeing for you. That's why I said day job. You also, I'm just going to say this. You're pretty psychic. Do you like tarot readings for people or anything like that? Is something you've considered? Because you've got that talent. Well,
I've
it's
never
in there.
done anything, but sometimes I just, intuition, whatever, I'm like, I can't believe that, things I might think of and then suddenly they happen. And I don't mean events necessarily, but, so I feel like maybe something's there.
Oh, yeah, it's just the only reason I am better at this than people who have the ability, but it's because I've just worked in nothing else for a really long time. So, but you definitely have the ability if you ever feel like developing that muscle. Okay, let me see what's coming up for you. Either you're not married or you've been married a long time and it's just not coming up, because sometimes if somebody's been in a long-term relationship, it just registers as kind of a, I don't think you are though, are you?
Yeah.
You are, okay. You've been married a long time, right? Okay, that's what I'm picking up on. Sorry. My bad. But that is true. If somebody's been married like more than 20 years, it doesn't show itself because it's become part of that person. So I apologize. And you have kids. See that, so. Yeah, you know what I mean. And
well, we're together since we were 16, so that's why. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute. And you met in a really cute way too. I love that. Oh, look at you. You're so pretty back then. And you're so pretty now. Anyway, so back to you. What's coming up for you? Well, actually, I feel like you guys have a nice marriage. There's no drama, which is great. I hate drama. And you have 3 kids?
No. 2.
2, okay. Funny, I got 2 and then they said 3 and I'm not sure why. There might have been, I'm not going to go into it, but sometimes I like your kids. Okay, let's go over here. Your kid, I'm not going to lie, you're the first person in about 5 years who's a little tough to read for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and do my best. And I really like you. I think you're kind of a reserved person. You don't put your business out for everybody to see. You do well in community. I feel like a lot of people come to you for a lot of stuff. Is that true?
I think that sometimes, and then when they do, I feel as though I'm very empathetic. So I get people. And then once they see that, they're like, wow, then they want to talk to me more because I get them.
Yeah. Well, you're also the kind of person that people will just wind up telling you their life stories. I mean, even if they're just like, if you're just buying something at the 7-Eleven, the person in line next to you will suddenly tell you their life story. You're that kind of person. That's a lovely quality to have. You'd be a very good therapist.
Yeah.
If you ever want to change jobs, you'd be a very good therapist. You're also very insightful and very truthful and very, and you also see what's going on in any given situation. You don't always say it because people don't want to hear it, but am I right? I feel like you know what's going on in any kind of given situation. You know what the truth is. I think you've got a very good radar. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I definitely. There's something, sometimes people, I dislike them. Just, I don't know why.
Yeah.
Not dislike, but there's definitely something going on there. And that's, like you say, just by observing, watching, and you just know, pick up on it.
It's funny. It's almost like this is very Gemini. Yeah, that's absolutely true. You're very insightful about people. You make a good writer too because of that. That's the other thing. But it's interesting. You don't judge people, which is kind of admirable. But it's almost like sometimes there's almost two of you. One's in the situation and one of you is kind of observing it from the outside. Anyway. You are going to be going back to work. I'm sorry. Probably not really soon, but I think probably either in March or May. They're showing me an M. One of your kids is pulling focus for me. So when you're a little worried about one of your kids. One of them, they're both fine. It's funny, they're not. Do they look alike, but they're not very much alike in personality? Is that what I'm getting?
Probably.
Yeah?
Not really,
Not really alike in personality?
Yeah, they're different. But, I mean, they're still my daughters, you know what I mean? So, it's not like a night and day difference, I wouldn't say, no.
Okay, that's all right. Okay. One of them is more of a straight arrow than the other. The other's a little more, how can I put this? The other's a little dreamier, what I'm getting. Okay, you know what? Ask me a question, because I am having, this is really unusual for me, since I'm the authenticity psychic, I have to be honest. This doesn't happen to me very often, but I'm finding you a little hard to read, although I can tell you 2024 will be good. It looks like you and your husband are going to have a really nice, like a vacation. But that's not for a little while. Wait a minute, you're traveling to see family in a couple months. You might not know it yet, but you are. You have a really nice time on that trip. And he's also going to, it looks like he's either, if he owns his own business, he's going to do something he's going to be making more money starting around June.
Oh.
Okay, I've got 7 minutes and I've got Christina waiting, but Do you have any last questions? Because I feel like I want to answer a question really accurately for you.
Yeah. Health-wise, you see anything, anybody, relative, me, husband, children, anybody really?
Well, you had a health challenge. It feels like it was in the chest area. But actually, I think your husband needs to go to the doctor and get a checkup because I think he's got high blood pressure and a little arteriosclerosis. Just nothing, just age being alive related. So I think that's just get his blood pressure checked out. For you, I think you're fine. No, I think I've got 6 minutes. So I think you had a health challenge in the past around like your chest area, but I think you're doing great, actually.
That's because I actually didn't get it resolved. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to get really specific, but go get a mammogram and follow up and stuff. But I think don't let my saying that make you complacent. So I would get it checked out, but don't worry too much about it but do get it looked at. Okay. Just follow up on that.
Okay.
You're going to be fine. And I just get the 2024 is going to be a really good year for you. So let me know. All right, my love. Thank you so much for calling. All right, take care, my angel.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Hey, Christina. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. Hi, Christina.
Yes, hi.
Hi,
I
Cindy. How
my
are
phone is a
you?
little staticky. I'm good. I can say I've been better, but I'm good.
Okay. Tell me your birthday. I'm going to connect with you real fast.
February 8th, 1972.
Oh, you little Aquarius. 1972. You're just a baby. You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah. I don't feel like it.
Well, I feel like it. Okay. It feels to me like, well, actually it feels like you have two specific questions. So let's take the one that's in the top of your head there. The one that you kind of don't want to ask.
I want to know if everything's going to be okay with my mom, I guess, is the main thing. We just lost my pop February of last year.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah,
my
that's
daddy
really
died
hard.
in 2019 in February.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think your mom's got a couple of years at least. Did she have some sort of stroke-related thing recently? I'm seeing.
What's that?
Did she have?
No.
Okay.
No.
It actually, honestly, she might have. Yeah, go ahead.
I have health problems, and they
Okay, I'm sorry.
much longer. So
That's probably what I'm. Honestly, I think your mom. Does she have a tiny bit of dementia? Just
that's
a tiny
what I'm
bit.
wondering.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't think it's going to be very fast. I think that you've still got some time, and there's, I would take her to the doctor and see, because I think there are new medicines that work really well with that. But the other thing I'd say is, in the next few months, get out a recorder and ask her to tell you all the family history stories she can think of. You have a really interesting family, and she's got some great stories about them. Really interesting family.
She does.
Yeah, and I think she'll kind of protest and say, no, I don't want to, because that's what she does. But yeah, I get her. I love her. She's a little stubborn. Yeah.
But, well, I'm wondering because they only gave me I have end-stage COPD. So I'm wondering, I know this is taking a great toll on her. And,
wait, say that one more time?
I just want to make sure she's going to be okay.
Oh, honestly, she is, first of all, she may be slightly, is she on the shorter side?
Yes. Very.
Yeah. She's probably about 5'2". And she used to be pretty petite.
I'm 5.5 and she's 4 than me.
Oh, it's hard for me to imagine anybody under. I'm like 6 feet tall, so I'm not very good at the smaller petite things. And she used to be petite. I think she's put on a little weight as she gets older, as we all do. But she used to be petite. But for somebody that petite, She is strong as an ox. She's stubborn as a bull. And she's very loving. And she's very kind of emotionally generous with like your kids. And I think she's a great grandmother. But I think she's fine. I want you to take care of yourself. I want you to, because you're not drinking enough water, you're not getting good sleep, and you're not getting enough exercise. So I just want you to walk a little, go to bed early.
It's hard to do when you got to drag it off.
I know. But you're so good at taking care of everybody else. You got to take care of you too.
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Yes,
promise me. Eat your vegetables and start walking for like a couple miles a day, because.
And I guess the other thing is, my dad and my pops, my stepdad, are they okay?
Oh, yeah. We've got 60 seconds, so here's what I'll tell you. Oh, your dad just appeared. Oh, I like him. He's not that tall either. He's lovely. Did he have like a white hair, kind of the white hair on a horseshoe shape? The balding?
He was white in the end, yeah. He was a retired fireman when.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he's a great guy. Here's what he says. He loves you. He's fine. He's having, the other side is really, I'm no hurry to get there, but it's a great place to hang out. You get to study, you get to go over your life and re-enjoy the great parts. And he really is with you. He's very much with you, and he's very much with your mom. So he's fine. He's more than fine. And I got to Zoom, but yeah, your dad is really okay, and he's very much with you. I got to wind up, but I'm so glad you called, and thank you. If you want more on your dad, call back next week, because mediumship is my jam. All right, guys, thank you. I'm Perry Lyons. It's Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio, and I love my cherished ducklings. I really do. That's you, and that color looks great on you. Thank you, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Medicine for Your Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste, everyone. Happy No Fear New Year. 2024, we're in it. It started. The energy has greatly shifted. And I just want to take a moment, because I'm sure all the callers and all the beautiful presenters on this show will be doing their little rituals or their little actions to take for this year to set yourself up. So all I'd like to do is for you at some point each day, and we can do it together right now, is we just close our eyes and we breathe into our heart space. And breathe out. And breathe in. And in your heart is saying, I am ready to receive all that is for me in 2024, that is for my highest soul journey and my highest soul growth. And then exhale. Here I am, and I am ready. It's a really nice thing to do each day. especially in this month of January when we're trying to assimilate and integrate the energies that are available. As you've heard me saying, you've probably heard lots of people say, it's going to be quite a hectic year this year. It is a real fierce energy of getting us through. We have to really honour our soul's journey. We have to really listen within. Now, last year, 2023, was very much around connecting deeper to ourselves. This year, it's now living that connection. So there are 4 words that keep coming up for me, and I share it with people as guiding barriers, not barriers, but those when you go to a race course or you're in a swimming lane, you've got those markers. 4 words to keep us on track, and that is discipline. This year we need, if we want to change things in our life, we need to have discipline. We need devotion to ourselves. When we do that, we are adding that beautiful energy into the collective. Focusing on who you are, where you're going, and how you want to best express yourself. And the last one is dedication. So devotion and dedication are a little bit similar, but devotion is more about the inner. Dedication is more about what you are focusing your time and energy on to change in your life or to create or have in your world, okay? So keep those as little guidelines. So I have a caller here, Debbie from Georgia. How are you, Debbie? Happy No Fear New Year.
Hi, Happy New Year.
Has it been good for you so far?
It has.
Fabulous. So how can I help you or support you or give you guidance, or what is it you would like some support with today?
I didn't actually know who I was going to be asking a question of. So whatever you feel drawn to, whatever the message is, I'm willing to allow that which is best for my highest good to come through you.
Okay, so I've got my cards out. So we'll just give you a general reading. I don't know if you've seen me speak before, but I prefer not to do mediumship stuff. There are beautiful people out who specialise in that. I prefer not to. I'm more about growing our soul in this here and now and living in this moment moving forward. So I will do a little overview, little quick overview for you. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Beautiful. So let's see where we're at. Debbie, let's do a January for the rest of this month, January. So setting yourself up for the year ahead. Let's see where she's at with the earth element here, Debbie. Let's see the water element, which is the healing and the release. The fire element, which is the action. And the air element, which is the spaciousness, what she's expanding towards or what's expanding towards her. Okay. This one here for you is core healing. So this is a beautiful one. This is like the core healing means you're actually getting ready for a new beginning. So you've gone through a lot of releasing or letting go or realizations. You are starting to put one foot in front of the other with more ease. So this is saying that new beginnings are about to start coming in. You may even feel that you want to do some new things. So this is the groundedness. So right now in life, you may be looking at, I need something new, I need something different, I want to try different things. So that could be the earthy energy for you where you're at right now. So that's a really good thing to look at and a really good thing to start including in your life. And I'll just share this little bit of info. Last year, 2023, as we know, the last few years have been very difficult. I decided at the start of 2023 I would do something new every single month that I'd never done before, and I did. I followed it through, and it really helped elevate me and bring me into a different level of awareness. So I would suggest that maybe a good thing for you this year is setting an intent that each month I do something I've never done before. Okay, so that's your earth energy. That's where you're at. Interesting, this is the water energy, which is the healing and the release, and it's the energy of rebirth. So straight away, new beginnings. You are starting to emerge. You're starting, if you look at the image, starting to unfurl yourself. So there's a lot of really good energy around. There's a lot of new things around here. So this rebirth is definitely the new aspects of you coming to the surface and a new understanding of you. I'm sorry to hear, that you've lost your husband and you're sort of going through that process. The rebirth here is that this is me now. What am I going to do? How do I live the rest of my life, whatever time I've got left, that honours myself, but also honours what I've had with this person? So this beautiful rebirth, really letting yourself come into your own. The fire, the action to take, this is so beautiful, is the energy of creation. Look at this. Creativity. What do you want to create? One of the simplest things, and I find it's the easiest for anyone to do, is simply to remember that everything we think, everything we say, everything we feel, and everything we do, it's up to us to take it to a level of how we want our life to be. And that's how we create new things, how we create a different pathway in life or a different experience in life. When our energy is elevated and we are using a different caliber of energy within ourselves, the creation energy, the inspiration comes in around us. So this is about you creating something new for yourself. Interesting, it's coming after rebirth and core healing. So you've been going through the healing, you're starting to discover yourself, and now you've got to start creating what you want for yourself and how you want that to look and feel. And the last one, the expansive one, this is so beautiful, is the energy of fertility. So this again is creative energy. The image on this, you can't maybe quite see it. It's, so I can get it, there it is, a very pregnant Kuan Yin, the goddess Kuan Yin. So whatever it is, what this means is whatever is brewing or whatever you're thinking about doing or creating or moving towards, treat it like you would if you were pregnant. Treat it like a gestation period. You've got to grow it. Whatever we do in our life, just because we've put things in place doesn't mean the outcome is immediate. Often it means that we are in the process of growing it, attuning to it, learning how to shift ourselves into the energy of what it is that we want, how we want to live, what the next part of us is. So this to me is you're getting ready to give, inverted commas, give birth to something else in your world. This is a really lovely spread for you for, I'll just put them up again, for you for, where are we? Here. For this next couple of weeks in January, if you can see them. So really, really strong energy for you about creation, for starting something fresh, starting something new. It is the start of the year. How do you want to feel by the end of this year? A really good guideline for all of us is how do I want to feel at the end of this year around finances, around my career or work or expression, my relationships, and my health. How do I want to feel about those four things? And when you actually work out how you want to feel about them, then you have your destination, your map right in front of you, because you just have to move towards it. So that's really lovely. I hope that's helpful for you, Debbie. I hope that's answered a few things for you.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Okay, good. So use the energy that's around it, this new world, this new vibration, this new frequency, and make it yours, and then start expressing yourself through it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Happy No Fear New Year.
You as well. Be blessed.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that's a really lovely way to start this year, knowing that it is up to us. I mean, we always know that, but this year, especially being a 2024 year, which is a number 8, which is infinity, it's creation, it is expansiveness, it's elevation. We are going to be very, very, very different people by the end of this year if we can really own that. Own that it is up to us. Own that our soul is trying to express itself. Own the fact that our soul has to lead the way. If we've done the work last year to connect in, then all we have to do this year is surrender and trust it. Surrender into the wisdom of our soul and trust its guidance and take action. That's basically how we're going to move through this year. And I will say there is going to be a lot of ups and downs through this year. It's inevitable when a system or systems are breaking down for chaos to reign. But at the end of the day, the chaos is external. It's external. And if you're giving energy, worry, stress, concern, and conversations to something that you have no control over, then it's going to put you in that same energy. When we start to look at how we want to be, what we want to create, what the better world will be, how things can be better if we come together as community and we start the exercises of kindness and gentleness and support and cooperation and collaboration, we then move away from that low energy of stress and worry and fear, and we elevate into something different, which means we create a new world for ourselves. So I hope that makes sense to you. It is a really interesting time ahead. I'm going to be off to India next week. I'm going to be there for 5 weeks taking retreats and having a little bit of time out. I'm hoping to connect through here while I'm there. Depends on the internet. There it is, India. India is a bit random at times. But I would really love to share some of the journey with you all. So if I can't speak, I will send some videos if that's all right. So happy New Year 2024, everyone. Blessings. Thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. This is Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. Come and see me. Bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. And watch watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So hello everyone and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann, and I'm really excited. We had our mini medium who I will have give the pleasure of introducing herself. So I'm sure you'd have to know her. She's fantastic, and also runs her own show, Mini Medium, on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And Stephanie raised some really important topics, and she's here to talk some more. I'll let her introduce and take over the show because we're doing the Gifted Children series and we're exploring it from other people's perspectives, not just mine. So welcome, Stephanie. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be back. I feel like last time we just so much, information in such a short amount of time. So I'm happy to continue where we left off, kind of, sort of. No, I'm excited for this, and just even I want to tell you first and foremost, my friend, how important and how I appreciate personally from my experiences, I guess, if you will, how grateful I am that you're doing this, because it's just, it's something that obviously that not many really think about because it's just not common right now. It will be, it's going to be, but really how it can help our children, and also, generations after them, right? So it's incredible. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, let me I'll tell you a little bit briefly, I guess, about myself. I love to talk, so I'm a talker. Well, it's really bad sometimes, but that's the Gemini in me. But, I, as you introduced, I am the mini medium, and I've been, I guess, with A1R, gosh, it's been almost 2 years now. Crazy, it blows me away. But one thing that I have loved about sharing my gifts or abilities is the fact that A1R and Moonstruck is all over the world. And so it's such a great outlet to get, obviously our names out there, but also to help other people who, are struggling with, okay, am I gifted? Do I have this gift? Which everybody has the gifts. It's just some aren't too sure how to use them. Some are afraid to use them. And so, I feel like it's a matter of, deciding if you want to dive into, working on those individual gifts. But anyhow, so matter of fact, today on my show, I had a lady call in, and I don't believe in coincidences, period, end of story. And I had a lady call in today, my first caller, and she had asked exactly about her shift of change in her life. And I don't know how old this lady was. I didn't ask. I know better. I don't ask age. You just don't do that. I had one person say, if you're psychic, how old am I? And I said, I'm smart enough to know better than to go there.
My kids think I've turned 21 for the last 6 years, so I may have confused the mathematics.
I love it. Keep it that way. No, I don't know how old she was, obviously, because we don't get to see them. We just hear them. But I feel, I'm assuming, and what I was picking up on, she, later in her life, but she had a spiritual awakening and now is learning to tap into her gifts. And so even at an older age, it's still something that people struggle with. So now, just talking about my growing up and really with talking about gifted children, I was 7 when I had my first experience with my gifts of mediumship, and I had saw my grandfather who had passed months prior, and he was looking over a bassinet that had my little baby brother in it. And growing up, it was just, it's your imagination. You're just seeing these. So yes, I now being a mom myself, I understand where my parents came from, but also now knowing what I know now, I very much encourage my daughters. So I have 2 daughters. They're both very talented, very gifted. My son is as well. But my little redhead, my little JC, she is, I call her she's my mini, I would say I'm mini medium, but she's my mini me when it comes to my gifts. And my oldest is my mini me look-wise. But so anyhow, just watching her grow up and now being able to encourage her with what she's seeing and hearing and feeling and knowing, I feel is so important, because we are preparing our world, us as an older generation, older gifted generation. We'll just
I don't identify with older, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, how about seasoned? How about we say that?
Remember, I'm 21.
Oh, right. Yes, that's right. And I'm 26. So what are we talking about? Oh my goodness. I love it. But yeah, I feel like it's important for us in the older generations to help these children and prepare them and encourage them. So when we pass and our, souls cross over, for one, we're going to have a very nice plethora of gifted people left here in the physical world to be able to channel when we're on the other side and come through, right? But I think more importantly, to let our children know that it's okay, that it isn't anything to be afraid of, that we're not, I'm not a fan of the word weird, but we're just, and I don't even like different. I think we're just identified in a sense as being, and special. We're all special in our own way, but it's going to have to take time for this to become, I don't want to say a norm, but it's going to have to take time for this to really, I think, become something that people are going to maybe not necessarily understand, what the different gifts are. They don't have to understand it, but respect it. That's all I hope for. All I hope for, my friends. So, so I'll just put it out there. I'm 48. And so growing up, there you go, cat's out of the bag. But growing up through, obviously 70s, 80s, whatnot, it wasn't okay to tell people that you talk to the other side, that you talk to the dead. It wasn't okay to tell people I'm hearing voices, because with no, not to put any kind of joke into it, but the minute you tell at that younger age that, oh, I'm hearing voices, it's my own voice, but I know it's not my thought or my own voice in a sense, immediately then they take you to a psychiatrist, right? And then we're identified as, oh, you have schizophrenia or you have whatever it may be. And let's give you medication. And then what happens is once you start taking that medication, it, in a sense, completely numbs or shuts down those gifts. So I think we're we're on a good track for things to, get better, but we've got a long ways to go.
Absolutely. And the thing is, remarkably, in just hearing your story on the last show you joined us, your story in my own way was very similar. And I've realized that themes are emerging between us, and shows like this and anyone who touches on this topic going forward creates awareness, because we don't expect parents to go out and be experts, but at least find someone that's honest and genuinely gifted to maybe explain it to them or talk to their children, not feeling connected regardless of whether one is popular or not. And the inability, which through the 70s, 80s, and I still found in the 90s, the inability to know how to communicate with your children about what's going on without that, as you say, that weirdness or that psychiatry involved. So it's...
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree, hon. Absolutely agree. And I think the most important thing, I know that you've got to wrap up here soon, but if anything, if I can put out there, just to kind of end my part and what I want to say, is to make sure, if you as a parent have a child who is saying, Mom, Dad, I'm seeing, blah, 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 or I'm hearing this, or I'm feeling, for one, don't believe them is what I really want to believe them, and trust that they are, and encourage them to talk about it. Okay, well, what did they look like? What were they wearing? And that way it makes that child feel like it's okay.
Brilliant advice. And we are so glad to have you on the show. Sorry to everyone. I've really thoroughly enjoyed this, but we're going to have to wrap it up. Maybe we have to invite you back again.
I'll come back.
There's a big difference between a 15 and a 30-minute show. So, we'll have Stephanie on again, which I do this every show she's on, so you should be used to me putting you on the spot. But have a great week, everyone, and thank you again to our mini medium, Stephanie.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, live for a change. We're in the middle of December here, and I'm making one of my rare live appearances because my nose has been crippling me for the last few months. I don't know what it was that I caught, but and it hasn't been that I've been terribly sick. But half the time my voice was gone, and then the other half the time I couldn't sleep well, which is annoying because I'm one of these people who likes to sleep. I enjoy it. I enjoy sleeping. And when I can only get about a couple hours sleep at a time because my nose kept clogging, it was just... Ugh. But that seems to be in the past, and here we are. And we're going to do an hour of readings, and looking through the tarot cards, looking through the magical window. So with whatever you've got on your mind that you want to look at, past, present, future, we'll be here to do it. Now, I ought to tell you, because I mentioned this the last time I was on, which was, what was that, 3 weeks now? I don't know. Because I feel so guilty about this, but because I have missed probably half the shows this year because of whatever this illness was, I've decided to, and because of that, I haven't been able to do any private readings. I think I've only done 1 or 2 in the last few months. I've decided that since I missed half the show, in honor of missing half the shows, I'm cutting my prices in half from now till the end of the year, which is a couple of weeks from now, and maybe a little after that, we'll see. But if you take a look at magic-works.com, you'll see the prices for a tarot reading, a private tarot reading with me. Just cut those in half. That's seriously, just cut it in half. Now, that even includes my best bargain of all is a $10 email reading. You send me a question, I send you a 2-page report on that, and that's $10. So that means it's $5 now. See, I am so glad I learned math. But of course, calculus, forget about it. I contemplated dropping out of school rather than doing geometry and calculus. Nevertheless, I know how to divide by 2. You just cut it in half. And that's what I'm going to do. We're just going to cut this stuff in half. And whatever you see on my website as the cost of a reading, I'm shuffling up the cards here right now, you just chop that sucker in half and we'll do it. And I make the phone call, so it doesn't cost you anything. We can either do it by phone or by Skype, whichever way is best for you. And, hey, it's one of the things I like doing, and this is why I feel so bad about not being able to do these for like November and October and September, is that at the end of the year, people get readings to see what the next year is going to be like, to see what's coming up in 2024. Now, I know that 2023 has been, shall we say, rather a disappointment. That's the kindest word that I can use. And a lot of people are concerned that 2024 is going to be worse. Let me tell you something. We can look at that, but generally speaking, the cards that I've pulled have been all good for people. I mean, I see bad periods of time for people coming to an end. And that's been consistent across the board. Now, the cards are really good at that. Not me. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm just telling you what I see in the cards. If those of you who are regular listeners will know that along about when I did this in 2019, and people wanted to know what 2020 was going to be like, I got a lot of aces for people, which meant new beginnings. And I had no idea what that was about. And we discussed that in some of the shows. You can go back. I got about 42,000 shows in the archive at askoneradio.com. And if you're a glutton for punishment, you can go there and you can listen to about something like 330 or 40 shows of mine, going back to when I started this. But 2019, I couldn't understand why I was getting so many aces for people. There's a new career coming your way, new money coming your way. There's new this, new that. It was just everywhere. And then, of course, by March of 2020, we knew what that was all about, because a lot of stuff was shut down. A lot of stuff was just shut down. And we had to make new beginnings. Now, that's a personal thing. A lot of us had to make new beginnings. A lot of us had to figure out new ways to make a living. A lot of us had to figure out new ways of doing everything. That's when they tried to throw something at us about changing all of society, which I don't think is necessary. I mean, more people died in the 1918 flu epidemic. Now, that was because they didn't die. By the way, they didn't die from flu. The 1918 Spanish flu epidemic, what killed people was a secondary infection of pneumonia, and that still goes here. The secondary infection of pneumonia is pretty dangerous, but they didn't have antibiotics back then. In 1918, we got them now. I had pneumonia one time, and I don't ever want to get that again. Now, I know that antibiotics don't really help when you have a virus like a cold or a flu. But I always check with my doctor about that because I would like the antibiotics to stop me from getting a secondary infection because I've had pneumonia. Now, that was also a wonderful thing, which was that I remember going to the doctor and he figured out it was pneumonia. And he said to my wife, who was standing there by my side, everything's going to be okay. It's very likely that he'll pull through. And I looked at him and I said, because that's how I was breathing, don't say that in front of me. Tell me I'm going to be fine. If I die, I will not hold it against you, I promise you. Don't say it's very likely that I'll pull through. I don't want to hear that. But, they gave me the antibiotics. I've since had a few really nasty illnesses, but if it can be helped, I don't want to get pneumonia again. Pneumonia is not your friend. And one of the things that leads to pneumonia is just lying down a lot. So I learned that when I get nailed with a flu or something, is to just get up and walk. We have an old-fashioned railroad apartment here, so I can walk from one end to the other and keep it going. But I did something really remarkable this time that I was sick. I gained weight. Usually when I get sick, it's like, great, I'm gonna come out of here really thin. And then, that's a little secret. If you look at some of the pictures I use of me, that's from a few years back after I was really sick. And I had lost an awful lot of weight. But I don't like doing that. So I made sure to eat this time. As much as I could anyway. So yeah, I came out with a little bit of a paunch that now I've got to get rid of. But it's cold outside. See, why can't these things happen in nicer weather? But hey, that's neither here nor there. The main thing, see, this is cabin fever, by the way. This is me after several months of not being able to talk to anybody. So I just babble. But the whole point is, look, I'm back. I'm doing well. I'm hoping to be back every week, Wednesdays at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. And maybe, just maybe, we can get through 2024 without me missing any shows. But since I missed so many shows and didn't have an opportunity to read for you wonderful people free, the next best thing is to read for you at half price. And because money is tight. I mean, let's face it, money is definitely tight. I mean, we're paying like 17% more, 18% more for everything that we were a couple of years ago. So cut those reading prices in half. Now, I do that because this is the time of year that a lot of people like to have readings. And I want to make it a little easier because it's not a necessary thing in life. It's kind of a luxury that we treat ourselves to. And I'm aware of that. And I don't think that it's the kind of thing that I would want to do strictly always to make a living out of. I do this professionally, but it's not like I've ever counted on it for paying the rent, because I don't want to charge that much. So my prices are pretty low anyway. And aside from that, I never let money get in the way. If somebody can't make the price, we'll deal with that. I don't believe in letting money get in the way. So just from now till the end of the year, especially if you want to take a look at what's coming next year, like our version of Time Tunnel, do that, and we can give you a good old-fashioned reading for half the price. And that's my way of thanking you all for remembering me, because I got so many wonderful messages from people while I was out flat on my back. And hey, just want to let you know it was kind of serious for a while. But mostly, it was just about my voice being bad and lack of sleep. My voice is still a little scratchy, as you can probably hear. So we're all shuffled up now, that's for sure. That's what I've been doing here, shuffling these cards. So why don't we get to the readings? And we do that by ringing a bell 3 times to declare a sacred space. And then we pull back the curtain on the magical window for Cassandra in Minnesota. Hi, Cassandra. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. How are you tonight?
I'm great. Thank you for asking.
Oh, good. Well, you're keeping warm? It must be cold. It's cold enough here in New York.
It is.
cold in Minnesota,
It is
right?
cold. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't like cold. I really have a serious cold problem. I hate the cold, but hey, I gave up thinking that I'm going to leave. So what can I do? You know, if I really, really, really was that upset, I would have moved to Florida years ago, I suppose. But I don't like air conditioning either. So what can I do? You know? So look, it's not about me. It's about you. I got to remember that. So what can I look at for you tonight, Cassandra?
So I would like to look at my relationship status, love life.
Okay. I was going to ask if there's anything happening in terms of work, because I got a card here, the Ace of Rods, which indicates new kind of work coming, new career. Is there anything happening there?
I've been opening up the last couple of months. I'm new into my Reiki business.
Oh, swell. I love that. Reiki is one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
So that's what this card is. It's
okay.
But we can look at the relationship stuff. Is that what you were interested in? You said.
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. It's just that card popped right up, and I wanted to see if there's a new business you're doing.
I actually talked to you back in July, and we talked about my Reiki business back then, and you reminded me to make sure that I had insurance before I started. So I made sure before I started I purchased insurance.
Great. And, the other thing is, I don't know how it is in Minnesota, but I know in New York, if you're going to do a thing like that, it will really help to get an ordination, like from the Universal Life Church. It's something like that, one of the organizations like that, the monastery or the seminary. They have several offshoots of it, because of a wrinkle in New York, that allows you to touch people. Without.
Oh, okay.
So check that out in Minnesota also. It's worth doing. But definitely, if you want to send me some information, email me some information about your Reiki practice, I will be happy to put it up at my website. How's that?
Okay.
So let's see what we got here. Now, see, I keep getting, when I shuffle, I see that one thing, the Ace of Rods about a new job. Here it is again. Good grief, I got the Ace of Rods again. So this is actually saying it's important. I also have the Two of Coins, which is about kind of juggling finances to get something going. But we know that because you said you're doing that. Are there any questions about work and that you want to look at? Because that's the second time this has come up.
So I am going to have to take a couple of months off this spring. So I have been wondering how that would impact my business, because I am going to be so new. I have to do it for health purposes, so I have to do it, but I have been wondering different ways to ensure that I still have a practice coming back from.
Well, of course, you can always you can do, in the meantime, you can make an offer for remote Reiki. You've done that, I'm sure, right?
Yep.
See, because that you could do from anywhere. That's good. Let's see. Well, I have this card here, which is the Chariot, which is about a person who is controlling what's happening and not in a bad way. I don't mean like a control freak, but that you're holding onto the reins and you're making things go the way you want them to. So you're detail oriented and you can get it done. The Four of Rods shows that there's happiness here in all of this. There's a change headed your way. That's indicated by the Wheel of Fortune. The next card is the High Priestess, and that's really good because that's what you're doing. This is a spiritual person who sees and works behind the veil. And the next card is the death card, which is the card of rebirth, oddly enough. Because so many horror movies have spooked people with the death card. That's not about dying in tarot. That's about the end of one phase of your life and the beginning of another. And the next card right after that is the 10 of Cups, which is perfected happiness. So it seems to me, I think you have 1, 2, 3, 4 major cards in here. So this is a very important time in your life. The question is, how is it going to work when you take the time out? It looks to me like you're going to be very successful. Because you're growing, you're changing, you're evolving on a spiritual level, which is the High Priestess, and you are going to come out of this almost a new person and happy. That's the 10 of Cups. So now this is the thing here. Here's another major card. It's the Hanged Man. I almost never get that card. And that's telling me that you've sacrificed a lot to get to where you're going. And that's going to pay off.
Yes, okay. I have too.
Yeah, well, see, but these are really important cards here because the bulk of these cards are major. There's only 22 major cards in the deck, and you've got a bunch of them here. But the upshot is happiness, and here's the other the cards are always very practical too. This is the Ace of Coins. That means that's a new income stream. So to answer your question, I think that you'll come back from this retirement that you have to take in the old sense of the word, like a magical retirement, that you'll come out of this fine. In fact, you could probably use the time to do remote Reiki for people. And as long as you let them know in advance that you do that, then you could do it from wherever you are. But also, I get the sense that you'll be using that time to study and grow, rather than just, like I would just lie around, But now, this is what's important, because this is going to tie everything together, is the Page of Cups. And at that period, the cups are about emotions and romantic side of life and relationships, and the page is the appearance of something new. The pages are about the actual appearance here on this plane of something, as opposed to theoretical, which would be the Knight of Cups, for instance. So yes, there's going to be an emotional rebirth and very strong likelihood of a romance for you in the Page of Cups here. Okay, that's all going to be triggered after you come back. How's that sound?
Okay.
Now, see, that's in keeping with the kind of stuff that I've been getting lately when I look at cards, which is that we've been going through some rough times, and there's more rough times coming, but we're going to come out of it okay. You're going to come out of this with a new relationship and new money. That's what I see.
That sounds awesome.
And one last thing here, which is the Sun. Now, because I didn't ask you to, and I don't want you to if you don't wish to, go into any details about why you have to take this time off. But the Sun is a card about healing and health and growth. So there you go. And that confirms what I said, which is you're going to take that time to grow and to learn and do new things. So you're very well placed. I think you're going to do well. And here's the Ace of Cups, which you got the Ace of Cups and the Page of Cups. Now I have no doubt that the period is going to be marked by a wonderful time emotionally for you and very rewarding in terms of relationships and emotion. So you're headed down a really good path. Here's the World, assured success. These cards are getting boringly good, So, I think you're going to be fine. I think you'll be just fine. I like that Sun card, though, that healing and health and growth, because that's what you want to do also for other people. And you're going to have it for yourself, and you're going to share it. I think that's great. Okay?
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, and remember, my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. This goes for anybody listening. That's my email. But I would like you to remember, if you want to send me something in my link page. I can list your Reiki services whenever you're ready, okay?
And that was Carol@earthlink.net.
Earthlink.net, yes. Or
Okay,
you can
perfect.
find me
I got
through
it
Ask One
down.
Radio. I'm very easy to find.
Okay.
Okay. Great talking to you.
You too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Many blessings.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, can he be on the air more than once every 6 months? And the answer, it seems like yes. This is the second time since November, I think. Sharon in Yorktown, New York is next. Hi, Sharon. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you? Good evening.
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm all right.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Well, I have some past relationship that keeps on crawling up behind me. Can't seem to get rid of them.
Oh, man, that is
And
so
it's,
interesting. Let me tell you, because there's a card I have right here at the top of the deck, which is the moon, which is a card about the unconscious, but one of the things on that card is it shows a crawfish or a lobster crawling out of the water after a person. So, you just pretty much described the card I was looking at. So
unbelievable.
Yeah. So what would you like to look at in terms of this?
Well, is this ever going to resolve for this person? And he's a ghost to me, but apparently I'm quite apparent like it was yesterday.
So let's
You can't move on. Yeah.
You want to move on?
No, I have.
Okay.
It's been quite some time.
He can't move on.
No. It's been 6 years. It's a little scary.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I have the Four of Cups here, which is a card of something that's happening that you don't see. So there's more to this than you know. And here's the Five of Cups is here. Now that's a fascinating card because the cards like you. They respond to you. Five of Cups is a person. Now we're looking at not you, but the situation. This is a person who the card. You'll get why this relates to it. The symbolism on the card, it shows a person looking at three cups that are spilled. And the person is stuck looking at those three spilled cups and doesn't know that there are two other cups right behind him that are not spilled. So the person is not ready to move on. The time will come when that person should turn around and see that there's still a lot of stuff in life. But right now, the person is still fixated on this partial loss, which is the relationship. You've written off the relationship, correct?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's as written off as it gets. But this person doesn't see it really, then doesn't get it. Now, you know that. So this is just the cards confirming it. This might take a little magical work, to see if you can have somebody move on and move out of your life in a way. Not because it's you doing it, but because that other person is doing it. Let me just see if I can find something here. That's a tough one. You want to break from this person completely, but you're not being allowed.
I've tried meditation, visualizing, cutting it. I've done it all.
Wow.
It's strange. It's quite strange.
This is gonna take a while, and it's not fair to just keep you sitting there while I look at things. So why don't we do this? My email is asktarot@earthlink.net. Send me an email, and by the time I get the email, I'll find something for you that you can do magically, and I'll send it to you, no charge. It's just, I'll tell you what it is and how to do it, okay?
Okay.
Because what you get is a clean break. Now, one of the things you might want to, have you tried a reverse candle to send back any of the energy?
I'll try anything.
Well, give that a shot, because those can be pretty powerful. You need like a be gone kind of thing, you know. That's what I'm talking about. There are things that you could go into. For instance, these are going to sound weird, but people have been using these things for years and years and years. You can get, like dollar stores, which I guess now are like $2 stores, used to sell a compact that when you open it up, it had 2 mirrors in it. You know those? And I'm sure you could find one on eBay or something, or Amazon, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You can, if you have a picture of this person, you can put that in there and close it so that the person is now bound between the 2 mirrors, and then stick that in the freezer. That's one traditional way of stopping somebody. You know, there are other things you can do too, but that's one you might want to give a try to. If you don't have a picture of the person, just write the person's name and visualize the person, put it in the compact, close it, and then you can even wrap it in a plastic bag to seal it, and then just put it in the freezer.
Okay.
See how that goes. But if you send me an email, and we can look at other things, okay? Because there are a lot of things you can do. Because let's face it, this has happened to people for centuries that people don't let go, and there are ways of making it so that they're going to want to let go. It's not black magic, but it's protection. So let's go into that, okay? But try that too. See if you can find a compact like that.
Oh, I will.
Okay, so but get in touch with me and we'll take a look. Let me just see if there's one thing else here, because there may be something I can find for you to do while you do that. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this might be good too. And remember, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking. We all have almost all of us have a magical book at home, but we don't know that that's what that is. And it's the book of Psalms in the Bible.
Okay.
Then this is a little bit long. This is 45 verses, which is the 105th Psalm. But it's traditionally, this will help a person get rid of the past. And if you can recite this at the end of each line, each of the 45 lines in this psalm, just say, "So be it." That will help. While you're doing that with the little compact and the pictures, aim it towards that person to see if that'll help get rid of that person, have the past let go. My syntax is garbled right now, but that might be something to do, because it's helping forgetting the guy. This person just needs to let the past go, and that may help. Yeah. Okay.
He's toxic and does toxic things.
Yeah.
Trying to get reactions out of me, and some are extreme. And it's been many, many years. And we live in the same town. That's the problem.
I think a lot of us have had people like that in our lives, and it can be really creepy and annoying. The other thing is, of course, to do legal work, to get a lawyer and see about a restraining order and all of that stuff. But
I've done that.
I figure, that's why I was kind of hesitant. I mean, you don't sound like you're helpless, but you sound like you're at the end of your rope there. Try the thing with the 105th Psalm. Say, "So be it," at the end of each of the 45 verses as you seal up this mirror with the person inside, and throw that sucker in the freezer and see if that'll cool the guy down. How's that?
Okay.
But be sure
to
contact.
What's your email again?
My name's Elliot.
Okay, so what's the email?
So
it's Elliot.
ASKTAROT, Ask Tarot, one word, at earthlink.net. That's how long I've been doing this. I've got an Earthlink email.
Earthlink.
And you can find me through Ask One Radio also. My site is magic-works.com. There's a contact form there. I'm the easiest guy to get hold of.
Okay.
You can always just do an internet search for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and that'll turn me up. And then, you get in touch with me. And we'll see what we can do to kind of ease this up and maybe spiritually show this person that tormenting you is not the best thing in the world to do. Or how's that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
I hope to hear from you. And we'll see what we can do.
Thank you so much. Have a great night. Have a great holiday.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And we're all shuffled up again. Look at that. We've come halfway through the show here. I made it. I'm still alive. My throat's a little raw. I'm a little... well, I tell you something. That's the other thing about being ill. I have a tendency to dehydrate. It happens a lot with me. And I take care of that with hydration fluids and all that stuff. But, man, especially if there were periods while I was out sick that I would finally get to sleep and maybe sleep for 12, 15 hours, which is a good thing to do if you're sleep deprived, but you dehydrate. There's always a catch. There's always an angle. So that really blew my throat for a while. So you wouldn't have wanted to hear me. You would the whole show would have been me shuffling cards and you calling in saying, what? Huh? What? But here we are. And we're back and we're sliding in towards 2024. And if you want a personal reading from me to find out what 2024 is going to be like, remember, go to magic-works.com, take a look at the prices there. There's a price sheet on the homepage, and then there's also a page just for tarot reading. And then cut that in half, because I've been very bad. I've been very negligent, and I haven't been able to read for people. So let's make it as easy as possible, and we'll do that by running a half-price sale. Because it's not like I have an inventory. It's not like I've got readings stacked up in the warehouse. Just as many as I can do, I'll be more than happy to do. And don't forget, the best bargain of all would be that $5 email reading. That's come on. You can barely do. The only way you can do better than that is I do offer a free mini reading to listeners. See, I haven't mentioned that in a while because I haven't done anything in a while. I was so bored to tears, Gosh, I missed you. I miss you all so much. And remember, if you want me to pull a few cards for you, no charge, just a free mini reading, something I offer to the listeners. Just drop me a line and ask tarot@earthlink.net or fill out the contact form at magic-works.com. And there's a contact form at mojoacademy.org, which is the books and videos and audios, mostly books, though. Check that out, because there's a lot of good stuff there. And even there, check out the shaving soap page, because that's a good stocking stuffer, and we're coming around to stocking season. We're in the home stretch, right? It's almost that time of year to put stuff in the stocking. And since I don't sell coal and everybody's been nice, some Mojo Brothers shaving soap might be a good idea. And there's a free shaving brush offer, too. Check that out, too. You should look for the shaving soap at mojoacademy.org. Michelle in Robbinsville, New Jersey is next. Hi, Michelle. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm a little concerned.
Uh-oh. Let's see what we can do to make that better. How's that? What are you concerned about,
okay,
and what can we do about it?
Okay, it's a little personal, but I have been bleeding, like period bleeding, but it's been like 14, 15 days. So something's wrong, definitely.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I have some pain, and I have an appointment on Monday. I had some issues about 10 years ago, and last October I had a regular checkup, and they said, your cells are irregular again. So I'm just wondering, is this the potential of cervical cancer, or?
Well, first of all, you're doing the right thing by seeing a doctor, obviously.
Yeah.
There's no way you can turn off worries, like that, because that's the way we are. And when something out of the ordinary happens, it's scary. And and I feel for you, because I had my own emergency a couple of years ago, and it's left me mostly blind, which is something I don't talk about often, but it's annoying. But it's hey, at least we there's a lot of stuff that doctors can do. I'm not a big fan of Western medicine in terms of maintaining health, but I look upon them as really good if you need like a good biological plumber. They know what to do. They can set bones. They can deal with things that are out of the ordinary. They can help out a lot. And hey, they've kept my eyes from deteriorating. So that's good. But you can't help but worry about things. So don't apologize for thinking that your imagination is running away with you there, because you have every reason to be concerned. But I'm glad that you're doing something about it, and that's important. I will, of course, after the show, I'll light a candle to send positive energy your way. Now, let's just see what the cards are showing for you. Okay, good cards. The first card is the Star, which is a card of optimism. That's good. That's a very good thing. There's reason to be optimistic here. The Ten of Cups is there. I had that earlier for somebody. That's a card of happiness, a good happiness. Now, the next is the Ten of Rods, which is about bearing a heavy burden, which is telling me that this is a very difficult time for you. The next card is, and I'm so happy that this is there, is the Sun, which is the card of healing and health and growth. So it looks to me like the positive cards are in preponderance here, and the Ten of Rods is more about feeling overwhelmed than actually being overwhelmed. But there's really no difference between the two, is there? I mean, if you feel overwhelmed, you're overwhelmed, right? So it's a matter of being able to try to relax and control the fears and allow the people who know what they're doing to do it. Of course, you can't be passive. I'm just saying this because I really need to, when somebody talks about a medical thing, that you got to get competent medical care, which you're doing, so that's great. And you don't seem like the person who's reluctant to discuss it, because you're talking to me, a complete stranger, about it. So I have
I'm a therapist, so I talk all day to people.
Yes, I have no doubt that you'll be able to speak to the doctors too, and not just be a passive patient. I think you're going to come out of this.
Not at all. Okay.
The last cup I have here, the card is the Ace. Last cup, the card is the Ace of Cups, which is the beginning of all things good emotionally and feeling. It's like the air will be cleared. So I'm seeing there's the card of optimism, the card of happiness, the card of feeling overburdened, the card of healing and health and growth, and a card of good things emotionally happening. So I'm seeing nothing but good stuff here. So let's just keep that positive energy going, okay?
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
So I'm going to light a white candle afterwards to send positive energy your way. And you can always contact me off the air if you need anything else as this progresses.
Yeah, I would like a reading.
If you want to do that, fine. I mean, aside from this, which is if you want a private reading, let me know, okay?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, and it's easy to get in touch with me through Ask One Radio or through magic-works.com, or I do everything but skywrite my email out there. I hear from people I haven't heard from in 40 years sometimes. So, are you still that guy? Are you that guy who was so peculiar in school? I said, yeah, I guess that was me. So now let me just tell you one last card here, because this is important. This is really good. This is the Six of Swords. In some decks, that's called science, because it's about getting from where you are to where you want to be using the power of your own mind. So you can do that. You said you're a therapist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know how that works. So, but and here again, after all that shuffling, here I have the Star, which is optimism and hope, and then I have the Ten of Swords, which is a card that means the worst has happened and the best, whatever was bad is over. So the bad stuff is fading and the good stuff is coming. Okay, these are good.
Thank God, because it's been a hell of a year, Reverend.
Oh yeah.
Horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, I know the feeling, but something. It's going to be better. Here's the Judgment card. That's a great card. That's a person getting what they've earned and what they deserve, and it's almost a rebirth. So there's good stuff coming your way. Yeah, it's coming. So hang in there, and don't be shy about contacting me anytime you need to. Okay?
I won't be. Perfect. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you for all the work you do to heal others. Appreciate it.
Well, we heal ourselves too when we do that. So it's that too from the because
I know. I'm also a medium. So I know.
Wow, that can be scary.
I've helped lots of people. It's been a blessing.
Yeah,
but when it comes to me, you can't always see your own stuff all the time. I get a lot through dreams and stuff, but this came up tonight.
I pay great attention to dreams. I mean, dreams are very important.
Of course.
Let me tell you, I'm just going to mention this, not by way of like a cheap plug, but you reminded me of a book that I have for sale at mojoacademy.org, and other people might be interested because since you mentioned mediumship, and this occurred to me, I have a couple of books out about, not I do, I mean, these are books from many, many, many years ago that I've republished about mediumship, and one of the more interesting of all of them is by a woman named Mrs. Cook, who was one of the more famous mediums in America in the early 20th century, and it's called How I Discovered My Mediumship. And that has been such a great help to so many people that I just wanted to mention that book. Because if anybody's struggling, see, the thing is, and you'll know, is being able to control it and turn it on and off, because you can't have it keep popping up all the time.
Oh, no. And I did a lot of work with that because that was really a struggle like 20 years ago.
And that's what she details in the book, because as a young girl, she thought she was crazy.
Me too.
But you're hearing certain things. You see, this is you're picking up vibrations. We don't know if it's the literal spirit, or if it's the revenant, or if it's the echoes of something. But it's there, and some people hear it and some don't. And I can tell you. Let me tell you, this is really creepy. You got a moment? Let's
go. Bring it on.
There's a great dive bar here in New York called Rudy's Bar and Grill in Hell's Kitchen. It's been active since Prohibition was repealed, and it was around as a speakeasy. And it's one of the preeminent cheap dive bars in the country. And they get people from all over the world there. And there was an old guy who used to sit at the bar and get drunk all the time. He was a janitor, custodian in one of the local buildings here in Hell's Kitchen. And he would just sit there and get drunk. And he turned to me one day. Now, those days, this was up until the lockdowns. My wife and I owned a newspaper. We published a newspaper, and we covered the Midtown West area in New York City. And we had the newspaper. And I was in there having a couple of drinks, talking to people. And this guy, Joe was his name. He comes up to me and he says, "Your grandfather is very proud of what you're doing." And I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Which grandfather?" And he said, "The German grandfather who used to be a publisher." And I could feel the blood draining from my face, because not even my wife knew about that. And the bartender saw me, and he came over and said, "Did Joe just tell you something about your family?" I said, "Yes. How did you know? What is everybody a mind reader here?" He said, "No, you just have that look, because sometimes Joe just tells people things about that." My grandfather, who died in 1925, not 1918. My grandfather died in 1925, so obviously I never knew him. I'm not that old, but I'm old enough. But he was the European publisher of Vogue magazine.
Oh, wow.
And I don't even think my sister knew that, because my family was very secretive about certain things. And there were certain things about the family that they entrusted to me. And that Joe knew that blew my mind. Now, there's no doubt that he didn't do it. This is a guy who never used the internet in his life. And even if he had, he wouldn't have known what to look up. It's astonishing that he said that. So there are people, and now I think I know years later, I believe he passed on a few years ago, but now I understand why he drank a lot, because he couldn't turn it off, and he couldn't turn it, he couldn't control it. So he just chose a simple life and drank to quiet the voices. Now, let's face it, hearing voices is not something people want to brag about, because you can end up in a straitjacket. Yeah, but
right. That's what happened to me at 19, and I thought I would go to the doctor. I said, I think I'm schizophrenic. I was hearing like 6 different voices, and they were like, "Oh, okay." But I was an addict, and I was abusing substances then. And once I got clean and sober, when I turned 20, the voices came with vengeance, and that's when the mediumship really took out. Like, I would just be seeing everybody's dead people, and they would just come, like the channel opened when I got sober 24 years ago. And it has been like, I've helped hundreds of people because of it. It's been a miracle.
It's because of that experience I had with Joe. There's just no way that I can explain that one away. You know what I mean? I mean, even if he was a mind reader and he picked it up from my brain, it's not something that I had consciously remembered until. But he was very, very simple about. He said, because we had just done a lot of work with the newspaper exposing corruption in the political circles in this area, and he said, your grandfather's very proud of the work you're doing. And then he hit me with that. In fact, the first time I told this story on this show, in a little more detail, I kept a recording of that and I stuck it at my website, because that's a mind blower, and the people like you who have these abilities to tap into that, it can be very challenging, because the first thing you start thinking is that you're crazy, and like you said, after a while, it comes to you. I'm going to try to get one more. I'm going to try to get one more call in, because I just have a few minutes left. But keep me posted on what's going on, okay?
I will. Thank you so much, and I'm going to come at you for a reading, and maybe I'll read for you too.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks a lot for calling.
All right, have a blessed night. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. Let's just jump right over to Maureen in Burlington, Ontario. So we'll see if we can get you in there at the last minute here. Hi, Maureen. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you? I'm just glad to be back. So everything okay with you?
Yeah. I just wanted some clarity for my current situation right now.
Okay.
I've listened to you before on the radio, and I think you're really wonderful. I just wanted to say that too.
Thank you. Let me tell you, the first card I have here is the magician. So this is a person who can utilize spiritual energy and use it here on Earth. So you're a very spiritual person, and you know how to do that. The next couple of cards are almost related. It's the Two of Swords, which is a situation that is kind of like not moving. It's stuck. It's like a stalemate. And then there's the Temperance card. Both cards represent a balance of some sort. That stasis. That right now things are at a balance, but things have been unbalanced for you for a while.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's coming back into focus.
Very much so.
it's going to be balanced. And there's a card here which I like a lot, which is a card about a person who is at peace with herself and can be alone without being lonely. You know, it's not a matter of being a hermit, but about not needing people, that you're becoming very self-sufficient and you're at peace is what I see. So what I'm seeing in these cards is there's something that's kind of a situation that isn't working. You don't have to discuss it if you don't want to. But the Magician card shows me that you have great power, spiritual power, and you can deal with it. And the Temperance card says that you're going to have your life come back into balance. And the Nine of Coins is about the solitary enjoyment in life. It's about being free with yourself. And
okay.
Again, you see, that kind of, sometimes that freaks people out because it doesn't mean you're going to be alone. It means that you're okay if you're alone. That's, you're not going to be rushing around trying to please everybody. You're going to be very calm and at ease and content with yourself. So, and here's the Emperor, which means you'll be in control. Things will be working out very well for you. Okay?
Okay, good. Okay. Now, well, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. Glad.
Let me just tell you one last thing. There's one last card here. I've had this 3 times tonight now. The Four of Swords. That indicates happiness at home and tranquility and peace. So I think what's happening is that whatever was out of whack in your life is falling into place. Okay?
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much, Reverend Elliott. Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And folks, that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott Shoots His Mouth Off for an hour. Boy, I tell you, it really just, it broke my heart every time I had to send a message saying I can't do it tonight. I can't do it tonight because, well, if I didn't have a voice, that would be, I can't do it in sign language until, of course, the day comes when I keep threatening to do this, and I will do the video stuff, but I still get nicely shaved and cleaned up for radio, so I have a feeling that helps, I like to sound ready, but yeah, we're going to be experimenting with video work come the new year. Oh boy, I'm just a radio guy at heart, I'm like Lamont Cranston. Who is actually Kent Allard, for those of you in the know, but the shadow knows. So until we get together next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, I just want to tell you thanks for listening in. Thanks for calling. I had a great time, and I'll see you next week. Bye-bye now.
Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York. The Ask One Radio Network spreads me across the globe and right into your home. As I shuffle up the cards, we're going to be doing an hour of readings, well, a little less than an hour, deducting the time that I'm going to babble for a little while first. I get in the habit of doing that. I guess it's worse when I miss a month of shows, and then I come back on and it's like pow, and the next thing I know the show is over and I've been babbling away. But hey, it's a new year. And nothing has changed so far. We have still political scandals rocking the world. What a shock, the new stuff with the classified documents. Boy, there's something I didn't expect. And a congressman who was elected even though he only told lies. Now, there's a new one for you. I mean, this is a guy who never told the truth about anything, and he got elected. What kind of message is that going to be? I understand stretching the truth a little bit. This one says she's a Native American. That one says he was a war veteran. And, they stretch it a little bit. I was talking to Albert Einstein about that just a few weeks ago. No, wait a minute, that couldn't be. But I'm floored by somebody who, I often wonder if these people even think they're going to win when they do something so bizarre like that. Because here's a guy who did nothing but lie. He's a congressman here in the New York area. He told lies about everything. Everything he said about himself was fake. My question is, so what? He says he graduated from Brandeis University and he never went there. Well, what if he identifies as a graduate from Brandeis? Isn't that the thing now? Whatever you identify as, you are. You live your authentic life. Maybe that's what he was doing. But this is, there used to be a saying, don't steal anything small. If you're going to risk going to prison for theft, go for the big time, which is kind of, to me, silly advice because I don't believe in stealing. But the idea that somebody could actually do nothing but lie and still be believed and be elected, that's remarkable. I mean, we just, people feel disappointed when the elected official they find out was lying about whatever their record was, and then we find out that it wasn't true, and then it's sad. We feel let down. Why, I don't know. But could you imagine that? I mean, how could you live like that, knowing that every single thing you say and everything you have told people, your whole life story, you just made it all up? I mean, that's remarkable. And now there's nothing they can do about this because there's no mechanism to remove him. And you certainly, who among them is going to cast the first vote, to paraphrase a biblical expression, to oust the guy for lying? When, let's face it, they all stretch the truth a little bit. But to deliver nothing but lies, I mean, I'm flabbergasted by this. It's just astonishing to me. So that's a humorous start for the year, because the question is, how are we going to seat him? Now, of course, I talk to people about this and they say, well, when we get a petition together and recall him, you can't do that because there is no recall for members of Congress. As much as you would like to have that, it doesn't exist. You just have to go with the flow with this guy. he simply was out there spreading his truth, as he likes to call it. It's really peculiar. Now, I mean, I mentioned the senator who claimed to be a Native American. She's got an escape valve on that one because her grandma told her that, and she bought it and believed it. But it's different if you make the whole thing up. I could tell you things about me and my family. I have no way of knowing how true they are. I have absolutely no way of knowing. And yet, I'll tell you something else. I knew a guy, poor guy, he passed away recently. He was kind of a derelict, one of these freaky little characters we know from saloons in big cities. And everybody made fun of him because he said that he had been big in the music business and he knew all the big stars in rock. And they just thought that it was so delusional. I happened to know that he was telling the truth. I met him through a fellow named Tony Bon Jovi. Now, you notice that last name, Bon Jovi? Okay. Tony Bon Jovi is the one who gave his nephew or his cousin, I don't remember now, I think cousin, John Bon Jovi, the job sweeping up at the recording studio over here on 10th Avenue, and then launched a record career for him, and this guy was there. He was a runner-up in the International Music European Festival. I forgot what they call that, the Eurofest or whatever it is. And he was part of that. And yet, big names would come by and talk to him, and people wouldn't even believe that was they. So I don't know. I've learned to pretty much accept what people tell me about themselves if it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? And I come out of the entertainment business where people stretch their resume anyway. The whole thing is, I'll give you an example. Way back when I was starting, beginning, I was a baby, I was a comedy writer. And I wanted to deliver my own material because I like a lot of writers, I just didn't think that the comedians I was selling the jokes to were doing the jokes justice. Now, that could be called ego because they were professional comedians. They knew what they were doing and they knew what worked for them. So I was waiting in the wings of a comedy club, scared to death. Oh, how it used up like 5 years worth of nerve for me to get up on a stage and do that. I was very shy, I've got to tell you the truth, folks. And I finally convinced them to put me on stage, and I'm going to do about 5 minutes of stuff that I thought was funny. And I'm waiting there, and the guy who was emceeing the show was a wonderful guy. He says, our next act is coming to, he just got back from L.A., and he was on the Carson show. Oh, and he was so funny. You probably caught his special on HBO. And I'm furious now at this point because I'm supposed to be next. And I hadn't done any of that stuff at all. I barely even watched the Carson show. And I turn around to storm off to find the club owner and complain when the guy mentions my name. That was the introduction he gave me. So and politics has been described as show business for ugly people. Nothing is true in the entertainment business is what I found out. The sad thing is when somebody does come across with something interesting and truthful in their life, and then and then nobody believes him. That's what happened with this guy, and he had his downside, he had a good side too. I stored some of his music digitally for the time that he would make a comeback. He had a problem with alcohol. Well, I remember one time I ran into him in July, and I asked him, I said, hey, come on in here, I'll get you a cold beer. And he said, no, thanks, I've got to be someplace in November. Now, to me, that's funny. He was aware of the fact that he had a problem. But nobody believed that he had done all the things that he said he had done. And I knew that he had. So what do you do? So here we are, climbing up to Friday the 13th, and we're going to be spending the next hour taking phone calls and looking through the magical window of the tarot and see what it shows us for, let's say, the coming year. This is my favorite time of year for readings. So if you want to, please keep this in mind, because I do readings off the air also, not just here on Ask One Radio. I do these during the course of the week, That's I love doing readings for people from all around the world. We can do it by phone, we can do it by Skype, we can do it any way you want, Zoom, whatever you want. I'm easy to get to, but this is the time of year. It's at the beginning of the year, and it's always worth taking a look at the coming year. I mean, do you want to be surprised by life, or do you want to have a little bit of an idea of what's coming? Because there's a lot of stuff coming. It's going to be an interesting year. We've already started the 2024 election cycle because the 2022 election cycle ended, and we're in the perpetual election cycle. And that's, of course, that breeds people like this congressman who, I still can't get over that. There wasn't a single thing he said that was true. And yet people bought it and voted for him, and there it was. So, this look, if you're not getting anywhere in life, maybe you just need to reinvent yourself. Perhaps that's the way it is. But just, keep it legal if you can. You don't want to go around like The Great Imposter, Ferdinand Demara. He was a wonderful guy. You ever see that movie, The Great Imposter, with Tony Curtis? It looked nothing like Ferdinand Demara. Looked like a big curly of the Three Stooges. So naturally, Hollywood gets Tony Curtis to play him. But this is a guy who talked himself into being a doctor. He operated on some people. This is a guy who was the assistant warden of a prison. He didn't know what he was doing. He just, he parlayed a photographic memory and a gift of gab, and hell, people believed what he said because people want to believe you, and that's the thing. That's one of the lessons in life. And whether you're in politics or show business or just trying to sell, let's say you got a job that involves talking to people and selling. The one lesson I learned is that people are rooting for you. They may seem resistant to you, but they want to like you. They want you to like them too. So cultivate a smile and again, you see, I'm this is rare. I'm literally flabbergasted and speechless. Because I'm still thinking, I'm sitting here talking, and I'm still in the back of my mind, I'm thinking that there's a guy now in Congress who's going to be paid $180,000 a year to talk, and it's turned out that nothing he says is true. This guy's got a future. I don't know if it's behind bars or what, but he's got a future. I mean, my hat is off to a guy like that. It's like the Ponzi scheme guy, Charles Ponzi. That's where, for those of you who know what a Ponzi scheme is, it's an investment scheme where I talk you into giving me $10,000 as an investment, and then I talk somebody else into giving me $10,000 as an investment. Then I take $5,000 of your $10,000 and give it to that other guy and say, look at that, I just got you 50%, and then he rolls it over, and sooner or later the whole thing's going to fall apart. It has to fall apart. I mean, it must fall apart. That's the flaw there. But until it does, there used to be unlimited opportunity. If you could spot one, if you could get in on the ground floor, you'd make money. But now, of course, if you make money in a Ponzi scheme, even though you're an innocent participant, the government will take it from you and spread it among the people who got robbed, which I guess that's equitable. I have no idea how that works, but I don't go out looking for Ponzi schemes because you'll end up, living under a bridge. There's a lot of them out there. I did a screenplay years ago for a producer who wanted to do a movie about a mobster who puts his son through Wall Street training school, business school. He puts the kid through business school, and the kid gets a job on Wall Street. And during the course of the film, he finds out that these people are bigger crooks than his family. And then he turns the tables on them. But I learned an awful lot at that point. I did my research as a good screenwriter. I went and did research, and I found a guy who was a broker. He went and he was very happy making, this was in the early 90s. He was very happy making about $150,000 a year. And his friends, all of his friends from business school, he said, used to laugh at him because he was making the least amount of money of all of them. And then he said, but on the other hand, I'm the only one in my graduating class who didn't go to jail. So you see, honesty can be the best policy. Puffery, the Supreme Court has ruled that kind of lying is okay. That's, if we got rid of all lying, we'd have no advertising. It'd be no more. Now, that's not such a bad idea, but there you go. But keep in mind, I'm still stunned by this, because here I am dealing with truth and light, and here comes a guy right down the pike who completely ignores truth and gets rewarded for it. Of course, everybody hates him now. But he's smiling because they can't take it away from him. I guess they can isolate him, but, there's something going on there. I just want to see where this guy ends up, that's all. Well, we'll shuffle these up now, and that's enough for that for now, because, frankly, I am still speechless. I finally found what can render me speechless, which is... something chutzpah doesn't even cover it. This guy it's just tremendous, If you asked him what time it was, he probably wouldn't tell you the right time. But unlike me, I'll tell you the right time. It's just 1:45 Friday the 13th right now. So we're moving into Friday the 13th territory, and folks, it's been one of those days for me. And I'm so glad that I'm with you, because this is the highlight of my week. And that's not a put down. I mean, that doesn't mean my week is bad. I just get so much energy doing this show. I love it. I've been doing this for over 10 years now, and I just love it. And we're going to start off right now with somebody who's in a state that I once thought I would move to. But first, we're going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Notice I did that fast. Melissa in Batesville, Arkansas is on. Hi, Melissa, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Well, hello. So you thought about moving here, huh?
Yes, I thought about, I guess, you know what it was? I think I saw an interview with Johnny Cash, and I think he lived in Arkansas at the time. But somebody at some point said something about flooding, and I'm not sure that, I think that turned me off a little bit. It's like Maine. There were people telling me, come live in Maine. Maine is great. Just come bring your boots in the springtime because it's mud season. So that's the end of that. I'm not going there. But Arkansas is...
We've not had a whole lot of them, but we've had 2 in my lifetime that were, pretty significant. They didn't get to my side of town, but the main part of town, it shut down for a little while.
Well, it's not an annual thing. That's the one. That's the good thing.
Oh, no.
Because it is beautiful. And then, of course, you have the Arkansas River, which you have other people who confuse that with Arkansas. So who knows, right?
Yes, and you can't beat the Ozarks. I tell you, they're beautiful.
Well, it's a beautiful part of the world, and I'd love to travel and see it. But I'm such a dyed-in-the-wool native New Yorker that I barely even leave my own neighborhood. And I live in an exciting part of the city. It's not a very high crime area, mercifully, because
I had a good friend that lived in New York for years and come back, and he said it was just like such a shock,
Well, yeah, I mean. We had a large apartment when I was a little kid. We had a really big, sprawling Upper West Side apartment. And they see, that's one of the tragedies of my life, is that my parents never prepared me for the idea that most New York apartments don't have 3 bathrooms. They don't even have 2. But I would go away to summer camp, and I would spend 2 months in the country, in the woods, like Boy Scout camp.
Right.
And when I got back, the apartment looked so small. Because I just spent 2 months with no walls, no nothing. It was very difficult. It was difficult adjustment. But that shows how everything in life is relative. Well, Melissa, we're here to talk about you, not about me. So what can I look at for you tonight?
All right. I don't mind. Just general reading would be fine.
Okay. Well, let's see what we've got here. Yeah, These are interesting cards. These are really very interesting cards. I have cards of new things coming your way. change is coming. I mean, I have 5 cards I put here, and 3 of them relate to things changing. The first card, though, is the Four of Swords is about taking time out and kind of being outside of things, relaxing, taking things easy. Is that what's been going on in your life? You've kind of been on the sidelines a bit?
I've had to kind of get there the last, month or so.
Okay, well, what I've got here is the Knight of Cups is here. Cups are about emotions and affairs of the heart and happiness. And I'm going to jump ahead because I also have the Knight of Coins. And the Knights are about the appearance of something new. It's the formation of something new emotionally, and something new financially is on the horizon for you. The Wheel of Fortune is the card of change, and the Death card is the one that says a period of your life is ending and a new period of your life is beginning. It's not about dying. It's just telling me that you're about to enter a new phase in your life, and emotionally and financially, it's going to be a growth time in there. It's going to be good.
Good time.
If you've been feeling stuck, which is, the Four of Swords shows a person just kind of lying there and waiting. And I also have the Eight of Swords, which is a person who feels like tied up. And that's going to move because the horses, which is the knights, are very dynamic. And look at this, I got the Knight of Swords too. So that's about mental activity. So, okay, you're entering a new period of thinking, of feeling, and money. So those are the things that are going to be growing in your life. And it's coming this year. And very well too. Now, I have to say this. There's also the King of Coins here. The Knight of Coins and the King of Coins is the whole spectrum. You're going to do very well financially. You're going to be okay financially. Now, here's the thing. The Nine of Coins tells me that you're not a hermit, but you're able to be by yourself and be happy and be satisfied. Is that who you are?
Yes.
Okay, because that's good. That drives people up the wall. There's many people who just can't be at peace with themselves. But I see that you have that ability, and you've been kind of in a break in your life. But there's new things coming your way emotionally, mentally, and financially. And I'm not getting any indication that it's bad either. So that's good.
Right.
So.
Yes,
in fact, I have the Six of Rods here as one of great success and happiness. So that's the way I see the year shaping up for you, is you're going to grow emotionally, you're going to grow mentally, and you're going to grow financially.
Right.
Okay.
Time for some growth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, because that first card I have, the Four of Swords, is about just lying around and not quite doing much of anything. But it's not like laziness or indolence. It's just about time to take a little break and see what develops. And all these wonderful things are going to come your way. I see it now. In fact, I see the Six of Coins. The Six of Coins is here. It tells me that there's a chance that somebody's going to give you money in a way. It's a card of philanthropy. Could mean also winning a lottery, things like that. So keep in mind that there's going to be opportunities coming your way from making money. But most important is your thoughts and your heart are growing too. Okay?
Okay, great. I thank you very much.
My pleasure. It has been great talking to you. Bye-bye now.
All right. Well, you come visit us. All right.
Oh, yes,
bye-bye.
I sure will. Bye-bye. And let's just shuffle up the cards. There's so many places that I've been meaning to visit all my life. And, everybody was talking about, I want to go see Venice, or I've got to go to Paris. And I keep thinking, I want to go to Tennessee. I want to go to Arkansas. I want to go to Kentucky. I seem to have this thing for the South. I have, Tennessee, I keep thinking of Jack Daniels, or is that Kentucky? Tennessee is not. Kentucky is the bourbon state, right? And then Tennessee is the Jack Daniels state. Arkansas, I don't know. What do you got there? Moonshine? I love that too, man. I knew a guy who ran moonshine from down in the South up here to New York City, and his biggest customer route along the way was Washington, D.C. This goes back many, many years, so I think the statute of limitations has expired. But moonshine, that is some heavy-duty stuff. Vladimir in Brooklyn, New York is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. So I was just wondering what's ahead for this year for me.
Okay, I'm going to shuffle them up again and take a look. I don't get many calls from right here in Brooklyn. I'm just across the river. I'm just off Times Square. So let's see what we got here. Well, there's some interesting spiritual stuff coming. Are you a spiritual person in many ways?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's an easy one to ask, by the way, because you're calling a show with people who do this kind of stuff. So I'm not putting that on. It's the high priestess I got. The high priestess is the person who can see behind the veil, who is very close to spiritual matters. There have been some changes in your life. I see that there are things that weren't working out, and you've been leaving that behind and moving to new things. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, now that's going to work out very well for you, because the next card I have, that was the Eight of Cups. That's a person who's putting behind him the stuff that isn't working and going towards stuff that is working. And the next card is the Sun. The Sun is a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. The Seven of Rods is here. That is a person who can sweep away all obstacles and can get what he wants. Now, the Seven of Cups is here. That's a person of great imagination. Sometimes people don't like that card because it's of unfocused ideas, they say. But I always I prefer to have more unfocused ideas than have no ideas at all. And because you can always pick one and work on it, or pick two or three. But your imagination is going to lead to some career opportunities for you, because that's the Ace of Rods here. You're going to be finding work in something that puts your imagination and creativity to use. Is that the kind of thing you're looking for?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I can't wait for that day.
Well, what I see is you're going to get it here. It's coming. And it's the Empress is here. That's a card that is about making things grow and making things happen. And the Tower Struck by Lightning is here. Now, that's a fascinating card. And I have another card right after it, because a lot of people think that that's bad news. The Tower Struck by Lightning is neither good nor bad. It's just about the sudden change appearing, and the nature of the change is in the next card, which is the Ten of Cups. That means you're going to be very, very, very happy with the change. So this is the year, I think, that the things that you've been working for and the things you've wanted, you're busy improving yourself. That's the 8. That's the one where you're walking away from what isn't working to what is working. The imagination is going to come into play. The Ace of Rods is the new business opportunity that you're going to have because of your creativity. The Sun is the success you're going to have, and the Tower Struck by Lightning tells me that the change is going to come suddenly, and you're going to be very happy with it. So this is going to be a pivotal year for you. It's going to be very exciting. You know, the things that you've been imagining, because there's a lot of imagination in these cards. Behind the veil, the cups, there's a lot of imagination there, and the things that you've been picturing and imagining, you're going to get. It's going to be within your reach, and I think you can close the deal. See, you can never say it is going to happen or it isn't going to happen, and that isn't just like a cop-out because I don't want to mislead you. But what I'm saying is you will have the opportunity to do these things, and you're going to make the right choices because you're doing it. You're on the right path. Here's the Six of Rods. You're going to be successful and succeed, and the Six of Rods carries more than just success. You'll be recognized for your success. So this is it. It's all the stuff that you've been waiting for and working for it's just around the corner for you now. You're going to have a very exciting year.
Thank you. I'm truly grateful for your insight. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for calling. And remember, this is all your work. These are your cards. Let me give you one last thing because it's important here. I have this 10 of Swords here. That is an important card. If there's been bad things in your life, bad times, this card means they're over, and that you're moving away from that. And it shows a person who has been beaten down a little bit, but will get up and we'll go on. So the bad stuff is over, is what that means. Keep that in mind, okay?
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now. I really love these positive readings. And of course, we've all been trained by movies to say, oh, look at that. A stranger read my tarot cards and I'm going to die. That doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. I've been reading these cards for decades, and only once did I see something like that. Only once. And it was quite obvious. It almost never happens, because I believe that things work out for people who seek tarot readings, because these are people who know how to ask for help. And that's the first step towards getting help, is asking for it. You ask the universe for something and it'll give it to you. It may not give it to you in the way you want. This is the thing with love spells, for instance. I have a thing about that at my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Take a look at that page sometime. It's there's like 100 and something pages there. It's all easily indexed at the top of the homepage. But it is, those are black magic. If you're going to do something like that, what you're doing is controlling another person's feelings, and that's wrong, and that is never going to work out well. It is never going to work out well. And I have a couple of stories in there about things like that you may find fascinating. I'm just teasing the website a little bit. Go check out magic-works.com. There's loads of stuff there. Show you not just what I can do for you as a practitioner of the esoteric arts, but you can do for yourself. That's where the real power is. Who's got the power in your life? Not a deck of cards, not me. You have the power. Gloria in Phoenix is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how you doing? I'm so honored to be here.
Oh, I'm glad to have you. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Beautiful. What can I look at?
I was wondering if you could connect with my guides and tell me what I need to know at this stage of my life.
Well, let's see what we have here. Oh, excellent. This is really nice, because I just cut the cards, and I said, let's see what the first card is, right? The first card shows an angel. It's the Temperance card. So that's telling me that we're in touch with your angel guide here. Okay, so there's the 8 of Coins. Oh, I just had this card too, with this 10 of Swords. The Justice card. We'll talk about all of these in a moment. And the Page of Swords. Okay, this is very good. The 8 of Coins is about a person who works hard at a new job. It doesn't have to be like a career. It just can be something new. Anything. It works hard. You work hard at what you do, and usually this is about an apprentice. Usually it's about starting something new in a new field of work and doing so well in it that you get recognized.
That makes sense.
The 10 of Swords that I had earlier for somebody else, I have here for you, which is the worst is over. You've been through some bad stuff, to use a euphemism, and that's over. Justice, the Justice card. You've been wronged. Somebody treated you badly? Gloria, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Oh, has somebody treated you badly recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay, good. But
not that I know of yet.
Good. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm not getting any indications of anything in the background, like somebody sneaking around. But there is justice coming your way. There's something that you deserve justice for, and you're going to get it. I mean, okay, I don't mean it in the sense that, oh boy, are you going to get it? You know what I mean?
Right.
You're going to get justice, the justice that you deserve. Something's come up in your life that wasn't fair, and it's going to be rectified. And the Page of Swords is here, which is good. These are all very good cards. I see an independent person, a person who can, let's see, I'm getting so many cards that I got earlier, too. The Seven of Rods, a person who can chase away all obstacles. I've got the World, which is a card of assured success. The Strength card, which tells me that you have the determination to do what you need to do. The Nine of Cups, which tells me you can enjoy the good things and nice things in life. It's very well-rounded. It looks like there's good things coming your way. That seems to be the message from the angel guide, that you're on a good path. And you're on a good path. Good things are coming. Let's take one more look. I'm going to shuffle this up again here. Cut the cards once more. And there I go. It's the Star. That's a card of hope and optimism. So that's good. That's you've got good stuff coming your way.
I knew it.
Okay.
I knew it.
Well, you're right.
Oh, that's wonderful. You have just validated everything that my intuition has been telling me.
Good. I'm glad. I love when the cards do that. And see, that's another thing. What you're saying is exactly, it's a wonderful kind of thing to get a reading for, that you have a sense about something and you want to know if that's really what's going on, instead of, will I meet a tall, dark stranger? The stuff that they do in movies is simple in a sense. But this is exactly it, that to say, this is what I feel is coming, will the cards validate it? And like, for instance, I think you're very much in touch with these anyway, because you asked about spirit guides and your guides, and I got the card with an angel on it. So there you go.
Well, I'm working on my ascension, so...
Well, that's one of the things we're here for, right?
Thank you very much. It's
my pleasure.
I don't even have any words to say how much I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Happy New Year. Bye. And we'll shuffle them up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every week. Generally on Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, to look through the magical window of the tarot. And like I said, this is the time of year that I really enjoy reading for people the most, because we're turning a leaf. We're turning that leaf into another calendar page. It just dawned on me, I don't have a calendar on my wall for this year. I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants nowadays. But I'll go to a drugstore or something and buy some aspirin and get a calendar from them. They're always good for that. But it's the time of year that I don't recommend that people get weekly readings. I know that you can make a good living reading for the same people week after week after week after week. I can't do that, because then after a while, the person you're reading for starts replacing their judgment with yours, and they lose a little bit of their own judgment because they keep saying, I have to ask the cards this, I have to ask the cards that. But I like doing it around birthdays and around the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, my birthday is in the first week of the year, so I don't get the fun of doing that. But it's it's a good time to do it. I'm talking myself out of business here, right? I mentioned early on, this is a good time to buy a reading from me. Readings start at $10, but don't become a chronic querent, as we call it. We don't. It's not healthy for either of us. You can learn more about what I do at magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And specifically, if you're interested in tarot and you want to do this too, I'm holding these cards in my hand now, but you can hold cards in yours. Check out my book and CD set called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I know people don't use CDs that often now, but this comes with a set of, this comes with a CD that has actual readings illustrating points in the book. And it'll tell you how to look at the cards and how to work with the cards and give you an indication about what cards can do and can't do. And then it's also got a reprint of a 19th century tarot book in there. That's one of the best for teaching you the meanings of the cards. But there's so much more to it than that. And I called the book Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is the same as the show, because you guys out in the audience there, you inspired me to write it. And it's dedicated to you. Catherine in Denver, Colorado is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. What can I look at for you?
I'm interested in career and finances and my love life.
Okay, just those things, right? Those few things, those little unimportant
things are paramount for me at the moment.
Let's take a look. The first thing I've got is a card of cups, and cups are emotion and romance, and then I've got a knight of rods, which rods are career. And then I've got coin cards here, all kinds. These cards are covering the gamut here.
Oh, wow, those three pulled up? That's amazing.
Yeah, what's coming up here is, the first card is the Queen of Cups. And that means that something is taking shape with you in terms of emotion and feelings and romance. Is there something new going on in that field with you?
No, I've been in a relationship for almost 4 years, but we're separated, not like in a negative way, but this month by location.
Okay, well, the Queen of Cups I don't know how to, that's silly. I don't know how to explain it. I was going to say in this context, but of course it's my job to explain it. I should know how to explain it. It's about... The feelings are still developing. The feelings are growing. This is why I ask if it's relatively new, but a few years is not particularly new. But your feelings are still growing in this relationship. The moon is here, which is about the unconscious mind, and it's a message generally to pay attention to your dreams, and you can get some information from your dreams. Do you keep a dream book or a journal like that?
I don't. I very rarely remember any dreams, to be honest.
They say that's the whole point with a dream book. It's bizarre. It's one of those weirdest things in life is that I wake up from a very vivid dream, and then a half hour later, I don't remember it at all. I just know I had a dream. But if you can keep a book by your bed and start writing down what you dreamed as soon as you woke up, you can keep it that way. And this is saying that you may benefit from that.
I will say, Reverend Elliott, my feelings are huge. Like, I'm deeply in love. He's the love of my life, but I'm trying to see if his feelings are going to develop.
You're going to see what? I didn't catch the last part.
If his feelings will develop more deeply again.
Well, let's see what we've got. You want me to take a look at that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. I'll shuffle them up and take another look at that. Okay. And let's... Now we'll take a look at what's going on with this other person. How's that? Well, okay. The first card I have is the Lovers. That's an interesting card right there. Okay, so that's just confirming that we're on the right track. There's a couple of cards that I've had before today. It's the Seven of Cups. This is a person of great imagination, but unclear. The thoughts are not clear. There's a lot of thoughts, but it's sometimes unrealistic thinking, and sometimes it's just dreaming, but it's not very stable in that sense. It's fluid, the thinking, emotionally speaking. The Page of Cups. The Page of Cups is about. It's almost the direct opposite of that. The Page of Cups is about the emotions solidifying. So I'm seeing that there's a possibility that this is growing. And so, because you go from the Seven of Cups, which is unfocused and nebulous, to the Page of Cups. The pages are earth. The pages are very concrete in that sense. The Seven of Rods is here. Now that is the person who has learned to sweep away obstacles. The Ten of Cups is here. That is a card of great happiness and joy in a relationship. Ultimate happiness. I put a card above it all to see what the aura is around the whole question. And the question, I have the Three of Swords, which is a sad card. I'm getting the sense that this is a person who's been hurt before. And so that's kind of getting in the way. Is he what?
We've all been hurt. He has, but who hasn't?
Yeah, tell me about it, right? But this is still there. It still seems to be alive for him. So that's what I think that what you're sensing is he's kind of holding back a little bit, but it's not because of you. It's because of what happened before. So
there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, there is. Let's see what we can find here. Let's see. Well, this is great. I've got three major cards here. And they're all women too. The Justice card, the Empress card, and the World. You're going to make this relationship grow and succeed. That's what I see. That
two people.
Yeah, you're going to be the driving force from the way things are now. You see.
Okay.
The Empress is not. Now the Empress isn't. It's not artificial. This is that a person who is nurturing and can make things grow. And I think that the key there is nurturing. It's not like you're going to force this relationship to happen. I think that he will learn to feel safe with you.
Okay, good.
Because remember, I think he has been hurt more than he probably even wants to tell himself. But the Justice card is here, so you're going to work that out with him. The Empress is here. You're going to make this grow. And the World is here, which is a card of assured success. I think that it's saying that you being you is what's going to do it. You know, if you want to know what can I do to do this, keep being you.
I like that. Thank you, sir.
Because you'll do it. Just remember, the Empress card, that's the person who nurtures and makes things grow. The Justice card is the person who heals in a very real way. I mean, we're talking about healing a heart that was broken, really. And the World card, the World is the card of success. And it can be done. I love
the way that plays out.
Now,
it gives me a lot of assurance. Thank you.
Now, I've got to run because I only have a couple of minutes left. But if you need to hear this again, you can always go to AskOneRadio.com and look at the archive and play this show. And, you can download it in the podcast section, or you can download it in, there's other sections, partner section. There's all kinds of ways you can get hold of this show, even at YouTube. And listen to the last part where I speak to you, and you'll hear it, because you have the potential. I got it again here, the 10 of Cups. That's a very happy family and a happy home. So there's great potential there.
Thank you so much, Reverend Elliott. That's huge. Thank you. Rest with a peaceful heart tonight.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And hey, look at that. We're rounding the corner to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. And I just want to tell you that I have been a busy little guy here. I've been playing with the computer. Remember, I was away for quite a while because the computer died on me. And I really blew their mind because I didn't want to buy a new computer. I wanted them to rebuild this, and they did. You know, it cost enough, but it was less than getting a new computer, but money wasn't the object. I'm accustomed to this particular computer, and they didn't upgrade it, which is fine. Eventually, I'm going to have to upgrade the operating system because that's the way it is. I mean, I have a telephone sitting here right next to me that I can't use to make phone calls anymore because it's got a dial on it, and they've upgraded my phone system here so that dials don't work anymore. But hey, what can I tell you? You know, there's still gadgets you can buy that you can hold up against the mouthpiece of a phone and hit the buttons and get the number you want that way. But I'm making up for lost time, and I have been designing, and this is what I want to talk to you about for a moment. If you go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, the last time I was on, I mentioned that I'm restoring a book from 1833. And I am restoring a book from 1833. I mean, who would lie about that except a member of Congress? But that's tough on the eyes. That's really, my vision is not so hot these days. So to relax, I've been adding to my collection of occult jewelry. You can find that at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and click on the occult jewelry thing there. There's always a sale going on. It's not me lowering the price. It's the company that you buy it from, and they ordinarily take 15 to 20% off. So it's worth looking at that. There are amulets and talismans there that can, for almost any need that you have in life. And those are important because these things are symbols that focus our energy. I'm wearing one right now. I've got one right now. It's a talisman of the moon. And it works towards getting you what's going on and what you want in life. Hey, listen, you know something? I've got a couple of more minutes left. Kathy in Wyoming, I'm told, is holding on. Hi, Kathy. Did I overlook you? Oh, I did.
Hi.
Kathy. Hi, I'm sorry. I just got done saying that my eyes aren't what they used to be, and I realized I missed your I missed you on the board there. So we got a couple of minutes left, about 5 minutes. What can I look at for you?
So I'm just kind of wondering if the guy that I've been talking to, if he is a good match for me.
Okay, let's see. I've shuffled them up, and okay. See, now this is the third time today I've gotten this card. It's the 10 of Cups, and that's a card about a happy home and romance. And the Queen of Cups here, there's romance there too. And, you know, this is looking pretty good. The Temperance card is here. That is a well-balanced, that means balance in life is there. This is looking like a good match. Yeah, sure is. Is there anything else you want to look at? That was fast. You know, I got
moving or job career.
Okay, and what would you like to look at about the move?
How long it will be before I move. Moving from Wyoming to Washington.
Well, let me tell you, this is funny because there are several cards here that specifically show that. One of them is the Six of Swords. It shows a person on the water in a boat, moving the boat from here to there, you know. And a lot of times it's taken in a metaphorical way, like you're going to move your life from here to there. You're going to get what you want. But this is the card that shows up when people are moving. So this move is going to happen. It's going to happen soon. I can't give you more than that. There's a little bit more waiting coming in. The Three of Rods is here. That's working with other people and waiting to get something reach fruition. So. Oh, and there's money in the ace. You're going to be well paid here, right? Because I got the Ace of Coins here, and that's the beginning of a good money stream. So that's going to work out well for you.
Good. Wonderful.
Yeah. So the Six of Swords just confirms that the move is coming.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Anything else you want to see?
I appreciate that.
Well, I'm sorry I almost missed you there, but it's.
That's okay.
I'm a little discombobulated tonight.
I was just like, oh, he'll get to me eventually. It's okay.
Thanks for calling. Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you so much for your help.
My pleasure. And now that is really it. That is it. I can't believe I overlooked Kathy in Wyoming, which is very funny to me because the great comedian Milt Kamen, who is almost completely forgotten now, he was an actor who appeared in a couple of movies here and there. And he used to do a whole bit about how there is no place called Wyoming. That Wyoming, he said that they made it up just to fill out the calendar. Great. There I am, one-track mind here, to fill out the map. And that was his, and he would talk about how there is no Wyoming until he worked himself up into a lather. And speaking of lather, don't forget, get over to mojoacademy.org and take a look at the Mojo Brothers shaving soap, because I just had a wonderful shave today, and that is the lightest, fluffiest, most wonderful shaving soap. And if you're a man and you don't use this kind of shaving soap, you are not treating yourself properly. And all you ladies out there, this is just perfect for your guy, unless he's got a beard. then forget it, you know. But I strongly suggest that you go over to mojoacademy.org and take a look at the Mojo Brothers shaving soap, because it is, oh gosh, it's really the, look, we sell it, but it is, I use it. I use it because it's the fluffiest soap I've ever encountered, and it makes shaving so much easier and more pleasurable and sensual. instead of just a chore. So the website for that is mojoacademy.org, where you will find many books, and hopefully coming soon will be this book from 1833 on the nature of solitude. I sit alone and I work on a book about solitude. Isn't that kind of symbolic? That is, I feel like an old-fashioned scribe. But that's the way it goes. We like to say there is a book there that will change your life at mojoacademy.org. And magic-works.com, magic-works.com. There's well over 100 pages of magical lore and things there, movies to see, all kinds of stuff linked there. I'd urge you to take a look at it because you'll have a good time there. And you'll learn a lot of stuff that you can do for yourself magically. Magic is nothing to be afraid of. Human beings have been doing it for thousands of years. In fact, anthropologists would argue that is what made us human, was being able to recognize and see and use the magical arts. So it's all laid out there at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. So, from the heart of New York City, high above what? 10th Avenue, right? This is Reverend Elliot, and I will see you again next week. And until then, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
This is A1R, the S1 Radio Network.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio.